guys, welcome back to Vid-Bits. I'm Brian, and I will be doing a very lo-fi couple pack snacks to get myself ready for the session tonight when I get off of my shoot job, where we will definitely put our stamp on this leaderboard. I'm not gonna start this session with showing you where we are. We're just gonna go right into it. It's literally a catch-up session. I have no time for looking behind, is what I call it. You know, I'll look at the leaderboard's position at the end of this session so that you guys can see where we're at when we get into the session this evening. But there'll be an episode of Game of Day May today, and other than that, I'm just trying to stay active and caught up so that when I go into the throes of trying to hit #1 on the United States Eastern leaderboard, that I have a really good amount of momentum. So hopefully you're enjoying continuing the journey with us as the Vid-Bits climb the Eastern and global leaderboards in the new PACMAN Battle Royale game. Also, I feel like if I pop that leaderboard and I demotivate myself because somebody saw moves I made last night, I took a 6-hour nap, or sleep, 5-6 hour sleep the day, and I told you I was going to bookend that with some Pac-Man, so that's what we're doing. I think I know what the number is that I'm shooting for, but I'm just going to try to have some good games and, rock out a couple pack snacks. If you don't know what a pack snack is a 90-minute sesh. So I'm going to at least do a couple of those, and then we'll see where we're at. And then I'll be gone for the majority of the day, but Bray will be here with Game of Day May and whatever other projects we have in the hopper. And then I will return to show you some thrilling pack play in the late evening, which will put us in the history books. We're already there with some of the milestones that we've made, especially the content that we have on YouTube. Feel free to check it out if you want to catch up on the road to #1. I think that we have the most archived footage for this launch of the game since the launch in the Americas, especially if you're not early access. We have almost 40. We'll have 48 hours of coverage besides early access people, whatever they did. So that's the people that we're ultimately competing with and trying to catch up to, is the early access people. So when you see the leaderboard, it's almost easy to assume that the people that are on there because they got early access and they put in the time. So it's definitely not to say that they paid for that spot. They paid to play and put their stamp on that a week early so that people would have to play catch up. And I don't necessarily think that that's the same as pay to win, because they had to put in the work. The only thing that they did was pay early for the accessibility, and I guess that typically is what early access should be all about, not necessarily hanging out and playing with a broken game before it comes out, paying for them to build a game when it comes out. I don't think that that's really what early access is all about, but just being able to enjoy the features of the game before the next wave of people come in. So it's almost like giving access to the hardcores first, and that's what I think they did. So when you see people that are above us on the leaderboard, I just consider them hardcores, and it's a good thing too, because that means they put in the time and it's not a passing hobby for people that are up there in some of the score categories that we're at. So touche to the people putting in the work, putting in their pack grind, hanging out in the halls, chopping the tunnels, and just genuinely spending the time here. It's very, very cool to see that we have this community going on. I don't think that people understand that it's not about the fact that it's not a huge community. It's about the fact that the community that is engaging is wanting to be there, and I think that that's more important. I would rather have 12 diehard fans than 4,000 people that don't really care about what I'm doing or what's going on. If I'm a little bit hoarse, I apologize. I'm recovering from basically going through the throes of the last week of, it went from first impression of this game to the amazing journey that we're at now. You can literally in real time watch me formulate my opinions about this game, formulate what that I'm going to start competing against it versus I'm not sure if I'm going to compete against it type situation. I mean, all of the trials, tribulations, and all the drama is there in the folder for you to see. We're continuing to make history every day that we play. If anything else, just trying to play this game every day and make our mark in it. So I never really thought that I would be able to find something akin to the series Bray has up on the channel that's doing the Badge Arcade every day until it shuts down, which is a 365-day retrospective of the Nintendo 3DS Badge Arcade game that allowed you to catch gimmicky little home buttons for your screen, so it actually had an influence on the overall cosmetic aspect of the system. So a lot of people were into it, and I mean, if you don't like claw machines, you know what I mean, then at least there was something there for you to, I don't know, it was just a way to customize your screen and have icons linked to your games and stuff on the 3DS, so that's pretty cool considering that they were centered around some of Nintendo's biggest IPs, and you were getting them essentially for free every day if you played the game. So he played it for a whole year and tried to catch as many badges out of that catcher as he could and complete as many sets as he could. And it was one of those situations where it's a really neat thing, historically for history is doubling down on that, but historically and chronicling video game history, or a preservation of a slice of video game history. So, you know, take a slice of the pizza of American history of video games and Japanese and culturally world history of video games, and you take that slice out of that pizza and you got Pac-Man staring right at you. And that's what Iwatani supposedly did, was take that slice out of the pizza and be inspired to make Pac-Man. But, you know, a lot of other people, like Norm, the gaming historian, claimed that he just took that as a way where he wanted to round it out a square. Shout out to Iwatani, thank you so much for having like the wherewithal and be in the right place at the right time to create such a cultural phenomenon with the staying power that it is. Pac-Man is definitely that. It's been around for 43 years. It's the first nationally and culturally accepted video game mascot, so to be able to be in the consideration to call ourselves number one in a game that has him on it and has his little licensing on it and his little stamp of approval. All the other things are arbitrary and secondary on that. I don't want to get it too far into whether or not, you know, what you believe about pay games, multiplayer battle royales, gotcha mechanics, free versus pay. This is not that debate. I think unfortunately I get too passionate when I start on that hill, and I'm just here to get some good games in today and then go do my shoot job. It was just the job that I gotta do until you guys pull me out of it, which will happen. I know one day we'll be doing this full time and I won't have to worry about doing things that don't necessarily serve my interests as much as this. I do love what I do, or I wouldn't be doing it, and that's in every facet of my life. So shout out to where I work. They know who they are. I just also try not to have, you know, full disclosure about that, so I don't get bothered too much in my personal time. But I do appreciate all the people that I work with that come to work every day to hang and bang, and I'll be hanging out with you guys later, and we'll be doing that on a Friday night, just, you know, killing it in sales and all that stuff. So trying to get myself hyped up for that too, but I gotta put in my Pac-Man time, and you know, Pac-Man's got to put himself a shift in the power force, protecting it from everybody, protecting it from the Mesmerons of the world. So that's what we're doing. We're just trying to put in our time, trying to protect it from the Mesmerons in the world, trying to represent the Vid-Bits on the United States Eastern and global leaderboards in the Pac-Man Battle Royale Chomp Champs. So hopefully you are enjoying the journey, especially if you're choosing not to put in the time yourself. And if you want it, you're going to be able to ride along with us, and you're going to watch us get it. So, you know, we already have several people that are super hyped. Join with them when they jump in these games. And I'm also trying to like move in semi-silence with it, so we're not doing a bunch of reveals as to when we're doing it. I'm not trying to give some people too much attention so that they can learn when they can catch up with us right now. And eventually, if that happens, then we'll go from there or whenever. We're not shying away from competition per se. We're just trying to make sure that we don't, you know, deal with any trolls, because that could help disrupt the process. And I will meet you in the tunnels if it happens. But until we hit number one, I'm not trying to, you know, duel anybody or anything like that. But I'll figure it out though when we do. It'll probably be on the elimination game, and we'll hit people up that we can get saved into our chat list and our friends list and stuff. So we'll be able to curate some content that way. And especially when we reach number one, you guys will be able to play with us and show your skills, show out against us and stuff. And that to me is an accessibility that I don't believe exists in a lot of, YouTube gaming. There's people that they make you go through too many hoops to do that kind of stuff. As long as the logistics are able to be laid down now, we are totally down to do that until it becomes not an option, and then that will be that we respectfully have to decline to do that in mass, and then it will be subjected to just like when we can schedule it, who it is, and stuff like that. Sometimes even offline and not taped for content, but just to get that connectivity that we're helping you feel like you can establish, especially when you're on our membership tiers, up to including all the way up to completely unnecessary, which is our highest membership tier. So shout out to Skippy the Bard, which is the pioneer member of the completely unnecessary tier. I mean, he's propped up our membership with 5 dono members, and it's just an amazing thing that he has such support for us. So, you know, if you want to ride his feeling of being on the right side of history, so to speak, with what we're doing here, and trying to say that you're a part of it early, I would love that. If not, I understand. Just like sharing, subscribing to content, hanging out for a bit, suggesting things in chat and stuff like that goes miles for us. So don't think that we're just shilling for money and shilling for members and donos. We also just want you to hang out and engage with the community, and that's just as important and has just as much of an impact on the reach that we're trying to obtain. Just a little bit about us, you know, in case you're stopping by just for the Pac-Man content and you're not sure that you're going to hang out and all that. And to that I say, no worries, man. We're not everybody's cup of tea, especially because we're not a niche gaming channel. We're a multifaceted gaming channel, and to me, that can be off-putting to some that want to just hone in on one console, hone in on one game, hone in on one company. That's fine. What, like we like to say around here, especially hanging out in the tunnels, is stay in your lane. Like when I see that guy and I'm going for my move and I'm like, he's coming to get me possibly, or he's not. Stay in your lane, buddy, because I'm staying in mine. So staying in your lane is kind of like an allegory for, you know, making sure that you don't let the haters, the doubters, people in your life that may not understand your mojo or your flow or your process, and making sure that you continue to be unapologetically and authentically you. So, you know, I rock Jinkos. I rocked them in the 90s. I'm an 80s kid. I rock them now. I don't bother. It doesn't bother me what people think. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of pants, if you look them up, that somebody could see them and they could wonder what they think about that person, and, you know, start to worry about the eyes on them. And then some people will wear them strictly to get the eyes on them. But when you do wear them, the likelihood of getting eyes on you in public is very high, and how you respond to that is important. And Jinko itself as a brand stands for Judge None Except One. Most people don't know that. They just see Jinkos and they're like, oh, that's the crazy jeans from the 90s and a little bit in the 80s and stuff. And yeah, it is, but Judge None Except One is just such a great concept and such a great brand image. It's almost like what we do here. We're trying to incorporate our ethics and values into the root of what we are as a brand. So, you know, being as much about keeping you hydrated, keeping you mentally healthy, keeping you focused towards your goals and making sure that you can achieve them. You know, we're not counselors here, but it seems like there's a lot of counsel going on. I'm a father that's actively still learning, so also we play these games sometimes super late. We're both very passionate about stuff, which can come across as mania when we're trying to fervorously fight each other to get our points out and stuff like that. But again, that's stuff that makes us authentically and unapologetically us. Fret not, we will apologize if we ever misstep with our words, but we will still engage in a debate about it and a conversation about it first before we just even do that, because if we're saying something and we're passionate about enough to discuss it, we really usually vet those opinions, because we don't do these streams intoxicated or anything crazy like that. So like, we wouldn't have any excuse as to why we set off the cuff things. So most of the time, you know, we try to be very selective with what we say if it's getting super heated or passionate about a subject, because, you know, speaking in absolutes can be off-putting to people. This is the best, you know, that could be off-putting to people. It's like, that's subjective. Like, the best flavored soda is just as subjective to the best tasting chocolate, and you don't have the answer. You are not the authority on those things, no matter what. No matter even if you are right to the common statistic about those things, you're not the absolute law. And unfortunately, we speak in those ways where absolutely will just wreck somebody from feeling they can either obtain, care, imbibe, you know, with something, because absolutes are just not necessarily good. So, you know, we're trying, when we have debates, to not just lock it down like this is the only way that you can think about it. And even though we come across fiery and passionate about those things, if somebody jumps in chat and has a logistical reason why what we're saying is crazy or what their opinion is to what we're saying, we actually use that in the debate to continue to form and reevaluate those feelings live, instead of just instantly standing on our ground on something that may, after some great debate with chat, you know, be opened up and looked at in a different light. So there's something to be said about, you know, being influenced and being an influencer, and just knowing that when you speak in absolutes, it can be damning, it can be damaging, and we highly don't suggest it here. I mean, unless you absolutely don't like that racist guy, totally understand that. You absolutely don't like that person that's discriminating people, totally understand that. Dial in on that mentality, but even then, we're not trying to lean into that too much. You know, we don't want to give some things too much attention, because when you do, you're still derailing your energy and your mojo, and you start to go to a dark place. That's why sometimes me and him will have to, like, and when I say him, I mean Bray, because I guess just again to make sure that you understand, we're a father-son duo that does gaming entertainment here on YouTube. So when you don't see both of us, we sometimes sound the same. Sometimes if you hear us both in the same room talking, it may be just a different tone of the same voice talking to each other, but it is a father-son duo. So it's very much us as the Vid-Bits. It's not just Brian or Braden, we're a team. And actually there's another member of the team, our full-blooded Siberian Husky Chief. He and Bray are sleeping right now. They are getting their batteries recharged for the sesh today, so hopefully you'll check that out. We do a series called Game a Day May, where every day in the month of May every year we do a game. This year we're focusing on indie titles. Last year we focused on completing a game every day, which we did achieve streaming live, with the exception of a couple games were arcade games that we just did one play loop, one cycle of it, and just a mini sesh. And we counted that, unfortunately, because sometimes time constraints for my shoot job, streaming issues. God, we had so many streaming issues because the bandwidth was weaker and all that. There's no commentary on the videos, they're just raw gameplay. So check out like the alpha of this concept last year, 2023. That's a folder in the playlist. Feel free to check that out. We would love for you to put some eyes on it and share it. If not, follow along for Game a Day May for the rest of May. There'll be a community poll up sometime today with some choices to fill in this extra slots. The last one that we had was won by Red Dead Redemption. So even though we've been focusing on indie games, we did want to do a couple blockbusters, and it's not just exclusively indie games. So, you know, don't add us in the chat like, hey, you said it's all indie games and you did Red Dead. Well, we gave you guys the option and you wanted to see Red Dead for Game a Day May, so you picked it. So yell at you. Well, I'm just kidding. We would have played it anyways eventually, but you know, it's great that you guys chopped it, or that you moved it up, because, you know, even though we're talking about indie titles, if anything else, bring eyes to titles that are more influential in the industry. And we can definitely say that Rockstar finally, like a la Bully, changed up their formula enough to make it so that you have a different experience than Grand Theft Auto when you play a game like Red Dead. And Bray will be was up with his first impressions of that, and did a great 5-hour start to get past the tutorial and kind of into the meat of the game. So I have the first episode of First Impressions in that folder, which is where we played this game, and then the second episode is him doing Red Dead. So we're hitting first impressions as they make sense. Don't feel like they're going to come out in a very specific cadence or time. They could come out rapidly, or they could come out sporadically. It just depends on that, because we do not force content here. That's another great thing about us, is we're an organically sourced channel as far as content goes. Between what you guys source, what we want to play, what's on our backlogs, and what's currently coming out, there's just never going to be a stop of content here, so you don't have to worry about whether or not the Vid-Bits are going to just disappear or go away if you start jumping in. No, we're just getting started. This is just the beginning, and you know, by hitting monetization goals a couple weeks ago, we just turned the switch on full tilt to show them, because they believe in us, and you guys believed in us to get us to this point, that we believe in ourselves, and we're going to make ourselves eligible for greatness by continuing to put up good play, innovating new series, and making it so that you feel like that it's worth your time to engage in the community, and stuff like that. That it's worth your time here, because at the end of the day, your time is more valuable than you give yourself credit for, be it how much that you deal with in your current job, or what you do with it when you're doom scrolling too much, or not, you know, staying in your lane and being on that perfect timeline by doing the things that you need to do. That's why I suggest maybe before you grab the controller today, hit yourself up with some real life leveling. do a couple of chores that you got to do. Make sure that you eat a nice healthy meal. You know, maybe even cook it yourself. It does wonders for your self-esteem, like something like a hand-chopped stir-fry or something like that, where you have to spend time meditating and cutting all the ingredients. It's an amazing thing. I highly suggest it. I don't do it enough because of time constraints, and most people will be quick to just use like a courier service for their food, which shout out to all those great courier services that make that feed available. But, you know, make sure that you spend a little bit of time with some self-care, self-love, and everything before you jump into your gaming acumen for the day, because I guarantee you will have better results once you do that first. No matter, even if you have great results now, you'll have even better results if you do that first. I promise you. I'm showing you that in live real time when we jump up these sessions where we're blessed enough to still be undefeated, where, you know, we're cresting up trying to get to 500-0 and be competitive in a globally competitive multiplayer with a publicly traded crazy, you know, mascot like Pac-Man. So it wouldn't have put myself in that position if I didn't believe that, and it's like you guys help pump us up to believe those things, because even though if we believe them ourselves, having the support from viewers like you make this more enjoyable of an experience. So thank you very much, and that little mini rant's over. But I just wanted you to know, you know, when you get us, you're getting real, raw, fiery, passionate souls that are doing their best to traverse this landscape and learn about it in real time, but also not fall into any of the tropes of just doing content for the sake of hitting parts of the algorithm. And, you know, shout out to the algorithm, and hopefully it will love us, you know. But at the end of the day, we're not going to flirt with it too much, you know, other than like search terms and stuff that makes sense. But, you know, as far as like, this says play this game on this day, this specific time, from this time, religiously now, because you'll get hits, like, okay, if I like the game, sure. If I like the game enough to play it religiously, sure, but not just because. I mean, you know, we were shouted out some Plants vs. Zombies content before Bray started imbibing in it and messing around with it, and, you know, it actually happened to work out that it's doing well and he enjoys it. But if he didn't, then he wouldn't do it anymore. He did it one time because he wanted to still do it. Still, too, it wasn't catering to the algorithm. The algorithm just happened to be flirting with the idea that he should do it, and he knew, dang it, and he knew he should do it based on that he enjoyed PopCap games and all that. But at the end of the day, if he loaded it up and it was like a absolutely terrible experience, like unfortunately with Splosion Man and multiplayer, we won't be going back to that unless for some reason our membership tier and, you know, our super chats happen to be directed towards wanting to see us suffer in that. That's the algorithm we're playing to. But also, as long as you're not trolling us for the sake of trolling us, if you're trolling us in a lighthearted way about it, you know, by using chats and donos and membership requests to make us do things that we're not comfortable with, then really you kind of have to evaluate yourself as to why you want to bully some people that are trying to just have a good time. Because if we're vocal about that we didn't like it, we're not doing that as a gimmick to get you to have us play it more. We're literally saying that we don't like it and not to waste your time with it. So if somebody were to like super chat and be like, play some more of that, like we're gonna do it. We'll do you do a session up probably, but like if it's super painful and we say that we're not going back to it, and you say that you request it, we're not gonna do it, because then we know that you're definitely trolling. You know what I mean? It's a good problem to have, so to speak. You know, where people can give you money and make you suffer, but we're also not trying to lean into that demo unless that's the gimmick. There are certain things that is the gimmick, guys. Need to get out of here. There's certain programs that we have on the programming block. I have something in the hopper called the Vid-Bits role-playing gathering, and when that goes back, and after Game of Day May, possibly we might start doing more sessions of that, but it's on the back burner. And when you watch us do that, we play role-playing games in 1 hour increments off of a randomized list of 20, and we start 4. The goal is to start 4 and play them an hour apiece. But during any given moment before it hits 60 minutes on that play, you can super chat, you can dono, or you can jump on a membership tier, and I will listen to you in live real time if you want me to continue or stop, and take that game and put it to the back of the list and roll for another game off of the random list and start that with the attempt of either getting to that for a whole hour and then going back to the next one on the list. So it's almost like watching a soap opera block where there's 4 continuous stories that will be going on every session, but you're dictating if you want to switch the channel. That type of stuff. You know, unfortunately didn't get a lot of engagement the first time, and nobody did make me suffer, but, you know, we did play through 4 different RPGs in a row for an hour each and record them in a specific, in a continual stream. and that will be an evolving concept, so that all the 20 games that I have on the list eventually will all be beaten. Or if you jump on the completely unnecessary tier during one of those plays, and then you say that you don't want to ever see this game again, we will literally delete it from the list. You will be the reason why we deleted it from the list and put another game there. So that type of suffer crash content does exist here on the channel. It's already footnoted. Also, I will take into consideration if somebody does chat dono or do a membership tier and cite that I will do that when we play next time. I will do the request so it's still active, like in real time. But that's the type of stuff that we have that's more curated towards a suffering experience, because maybe I'm enjoying the game and it's at the 59-minute mark and you guys dono $5 and I gotta roll for something else, or it could be my favorite game and everybody's enjoying it, and you can literally jump on the completely unnecessary tier and just axe it from the list, and I'll have to do that on my own time for the people that want to see it on my own time and take it out of role-playing gatherings. So to me, it's neat to have concepts like that that's very evolved and customized, unique concepts on YouTube, not necessarily new, but unique concepts that don't necessarily exist on a lot of the other channels that we're trying to bring to you, that make it that this is more of an interactive experience too. That's leaning into part of our mission statement, which is to help you curate the content as much as possible. Not saying that I'm using Pac-Man as like a commercial for the channel, but I mean, there's a chance that you're just stopping by to see some good Pac play, and I just want you to understand what the Vid-Bits is all about while you're here. You could even, not be listening to this with audio and not hear a word I say, but I'm still just trying to speak to those people that are supposed to hear it, and we're thankful and appreciative, blessed, and humbled to be part of it. If you're just tuning in, my name is Brian, and I'm a member of the father-son duo in the YouTube and gaming space called the Vid-Bits. Bray is the other half. He will be on later with our series Game of Day May, and we appreciate you guys stopping by. You guys are checking out a Vid-Bits pack snack. If you know what a pack snack is, we do a 90-minute sesh. If we do a couple of them, we call it a snack pack. So it's just a couple pack snacks, so that may be 3 hours or more. And then if it gets past 4.5, we'll call it something else, because that will be a different way for you to imbibe in that content. So hopefully you'll check out everything in the folder for Road to Number 1, and also the folders for the Vid-Bits Game of Day May series for 2023 and continuing through 2024. Thank you for stopping by. You are loved, appreciated, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. No patronizing statements here. I'm not saying it because it's spoofy or cheesy or whatever. I genuinely feel that you deserve to hear that, because not everybody hears that. And just, say hi to a stranger on the street today too. Just look at them, give them a passing glance, a wink, a smile. Don't be creepy about it, but just give them that that approval that lets them know that they're here, you know, because some people won't ping a real human being today. Somebody will be in their head all day and wish they could talk to somebody. So, you know, just be that person that flashes a smile to somebody that doesn't think that you care because you're not in their life, you're not in their halo effect, you're not in their circle. Well, you are. You saw them today on the street. So you guys are still in the same circle. You guys are still in the same halo effect. It may be super disconnected, but you still are in the same city. So just think about those things and the influence that could have. Like, you never know what that could lead to. You never know what the ripple effect from that one action could be. So be a little bit more selfless with your energy today, but not in a demanding way, and just give somebody a little bit extra love and attention if you can. I wasn't going to do this session before I went to my shoot job. I was back and forth about doing it. I was back and forth about whether or not I was going to just do like a lengthy epic stream length, which is 7 to 9 hours for us last night about it. But I did, you know, a 50 piece, and then now I'm going to do as much as I can before up until when I have to go to my other job, so that I can not let somebody close the gap more while I'm there, so that when I jump into the session tonight that I'll still have gained the ground that I have, because, you know, if you slow down too much, then you're going to give them too much time. But I've kind of equated out statistically, literally, how much the most amount of wins that you can get in an hour is and stuff like that. I think it's around 12. So, like, you know, the pacing is, even if they keep not making moves, all we're doing is gaining ground, guys, and that's what we got to do. You know, eventually you're going to see some of these is the Vid-Bits gain ground on the leader, because that's all we're doing. Like, you know, I hate quoting it, but, you know, when you're in the lead, the view never changes does make sense. So that's also why I didn't start this session looking at the leaderboard. I just am assuming that I'm still in the lead and the view didn't change, because I looked at how people moved during the 5-hour session that I did, I'm sorry, 4.5 hour session that I did last night, the snack pack. So it's just like, I look at that and it makes me be able to kind of determine pace, so this becomes more and more realistic of a goal that we're going to hit. Not that I don't believe in us. I mean, it's like we Babe Ruth this thing, we called her shot, and when we get to the end of the finish line, we'll be able to say that we said we were going to do it. But say we also jumped in early access with this game, it would not have been as exciting, because we would already be there. I promise you, we'd already be number one. Because I see where these guys are, and we would have raced with them, and the only thing that would have been possibly, the only caveat would have been whether or not they were super motivated by how motivated we were, you know what I mean? Because we would have all been up in there in early access, but I did not even know it existed, and that's just another facet of everything happening for a reason, because if I did find out early, then I would have just been up there and none of this would even be exciting. It would just be, Dad maintains his number one, which will, you know, eventually be something cool, that we maintain the number one, or we push further ahead of everybody to give us a bigger lead for the first season or the first, you know, bit of this game. But, you know, if that's the case, if there's not reset of the leaderboards, will we maintain number one forever? Heck no, we won't, because we don't have that kind of time, and eventually I'll feel some sort of, you know, okay to let somebody lap me or pass me so that I can, you know, get it back if I want to, or maybe I won't even at that point. It's just about the journey to number one, enjoying that spot at number one for a little bit, because nobody's ever number one forever, and you know, then moving on and just being able to be a part of the community for this, and, you know that we are number one, or our personal best will be there. So there's lots of motivation and reason and goals to do it, other than just because I'm competitive and want it. It's just also Pac-Man, and I know it's kind of cocky, but I've said before, I just kind of feel like it's my birthright to be number one at Pac-Man at one point in time, because it's just been a constant in my life. I'm an 80s kid. Pac-Man scribbled in my baby book by my mom as far as something I was infatuated by when I was a child. So I can, you know, I can even show you, I could show you that, but I'm not going to, because it's super personal. But yeah, it's one of those things I'm just very blessed, thankful, humble, appreciative, and I will always say that about being in the position to play this in front of you guys, inspire you, let you live vicariously through the play, or, you know, just just enjoy it in general. So thank you very much for giving me that opportunity to do this for you, and because I'm just doing it for me as well. And I would have done it in a cave, you know, by myself if this wasn't even available to be shown to everybody, because how much I love the game and how many times I've spent countless hours on Pac-Man handhelds and stuff like that that have no online connectivity and nobody knew I was doing it but me. Oh, space, space, space. If you look at this, you're going to be like, what happened? They had leapfrogged us to like 334 when we were 300, and I'm sure they're going to wake up today and realize that their options are play all day and still be behind us and continue to try to compete with this, or just let us have it, which is kind of the game. Is, you know, somebody fights hard for a spot, and especially if somebody overtakes you, you either take that and let them stand on it, or you push back, and then they realize that it's going to be a battle and a tug of war that they're either going to feel like they have the endurance to compete in, or that they want to just let go. So we already have a couple letters go. There's a couple people we passed on the leaderboard I thought that were going to be competitive with us. They jumped around with us a little bit, and then they just saw our dedication and decided that they were going to let us have it and be more casual. We're turning people, unfortunately, from hardcores to a little bit more casual when it comes to competing with us, because we're just in another tier of dedicated. That's all it is. It's not I will say it religiously, it's not cocky, it's none of that. It's just because we're making ourselves eligible for play, and you know, we don't find that this is work. We enjoy doing this, so the people that are trying to use it as a job then to beat us, I think that that's why the universe doesn't necessarily let that energy transmutate into what their desires are, or manifest into what they're trying to achieve. So that also parlays into, did you do all the chores that you were supposed to do around the house today? Did you drink enough water and try to show the universe that you're trying to keep yourself healthy? Those things are all, you know, united with trying to do a video game feat or conquest. So, you know, good mental health and physical health balance are so important in these type of things, and I think that that is understated. So you'll just see some streamers sit here for 12 hours, and then it's just like, oh, I can do that too. Well, you can, but you need to make sure that you take all the necessary precautions to make that a safe experience for you. So also, in case you have some obsessive listeners and they sit there with you the whole time, you know, that they're not necessarily so dialed into what you're doing that, and what your, you know, what your intake is and what you're eating and all the other stuff, that like it could literally marry into your consumerism. And so for us, when we say have something healthy to eat, and then we say drink some water, we're not saying the specific brand that may necessarily or not necessarily be healthy, that may help you or not help you develop healthy eating habits. Like, we're not trying to marry that in there so that, unfortunately, we're part of that habitual things that come into your life from being part of this journey, but instead we are able to integrate healthy habits and non-brand descript habits right now that make it so that you can still do the things that you need to do, like drink water. We say it all the time. Like, we say hydration and hydrate so that you feel like you can make that choice yourself. If you ask us what we think you should drink, we're going to tell you water. You're allowed to drink other things. We drink other things too. We drink other things on stream. You guys buy us a bit of caffeine sometimes, and we do crack cold metal tubes of amazing caffeine beverages, but we don't ever shill them because we are not sponsored. So, you know, maybe in a DM or a private message or on the Discord, we can discuss some things that we like, but we don't ever want to invite the idea that we are trying to gain sponsorship by certain things or anything like that. we just, except for, you know, Bandai Namco, because we're playing your game obsessively, we're looking for that. I'd like to get a sponsorship through Jinko. I've discussed that with Bray, just because I love your brand and I've repped your brand since the 90s. So when I'm on the street, you know, I literally am rocking Jinkos and talking about Pac-Man. So it's who I am as a person. So that would not be a gimmick. That's my image and I live it. So we got a brand deal for some of those things. It would just be awesome. It would just make it so that we could get more money for the channel, to put more eyes on the channel with the increase of productivity. I can, you know, stop my shoot job. I can dial in with this full time with Bray and that kind of stuff, and, you know, bet more on us than we already do, and with the help of the brands that are part of an image that I live. Not I'm creating this image based on branding deals, like, you know, and it's nothing against branding deals, because that's what makes the world go round, dollars and cents and people stacking pennies. But we don't want to not be able to sleep at night thinking that we made you play some game that was horrible that you didn't like because we got paid for it, or drink something that's unhealthy for you because they don't know all the science behind it. And that's not directed towards anybody in specific. We don't even know all of the data that we know about the things that supposedly aren't healthy is true. It could all be subjected to, you know, subjective to people's influence and how much money they're going to make. So full transparency, pretty much. Like when you guys dono and stuff to us, like the full transparency now is when you guys give us super chat money and all that other stuff. It's going towards buying the Nintendo Switch successor. So for some reason, if that overflows that account, we can buy every launched game and 2 controllers or 4 controllers or whatever. Then we'll use some of the money for the next big thing. But as far as like huge money sinks to make sure that we can continue to be on the forefront of some of this content, we have to get that. You know, we don't have an option. It's not one of those things that, and if it doesn't, or the bank account for that doesn't overflow, it's just going to be used for it, and then we're going to marry up and meet up to that amount and still buy it anyways. It's just going to help take some of the burden off of that, and we'll also be able to tout that everything that you guys have put in so far up to that point had created this moment. Full accountability, unfortunately, the Crystal Age is full accountability usually only happens afterwards. So if you start with a good foundation and say, hey guys, yeah, we eventually will use some of the money for food and for you know, making the Vid-Bits compound better, the laboratory better, and stuff like that, being able to increase our health through eating healthy food and stuff like that, and having you know, good water and all that. Yeah, that's part of it, because our health makes it so that we're stable enough to do this for you. So it wouldn't be like I'm eating a 16-ounce T-bone every night. It's like, no, we're still modestly going to be living, but just be able to secure that modest living instead of being unsure about it, and then have the stability to provide you guys with the content. So that's just a little rant about full transparency and where your money goes if you give us any. So I don't want you to feel like, you know what I mean, like you're giving us money and then we're going to go out and buy a pizza with it, unless you specifically say, I am giving you $20. Order a pizza, snap a pic of it. I'll do that. Sure. I'll do that. I really will. But, like, that's not what the money's for initially. Like, you know, we can't even cash out until we hit $100, and we haven't done that yet. So it just shows you how, you know, how little that means in the grand scheme of things, other than creating a great community, because everything else will come. And, you know, what's the analogy? If you build it, they will come. So, yeah, we're worried. We're not trying to put the cart before the horse. We're just trying to stay in our lane and create great gaming content and not listen to the haters and detractors and everything, and just kind of embrace the supporters in the Vid-Bits universe. So with that being said, it's a great segue to shout out the pioneer member of the completely unnecessary tier, Skippy the Bard, who's propped up some dono memberships and basically helped establish that. So that it looks attractive for somebody to feel like that there's a reason to join, because there is a community. He's working hard. People like Musicus Dominum are working hard to create the community. We have Bud Smoking Pandas. We have you know, lots of people that have helped us through content creation on the earlier part of the journey. Especially with the zombies content, we have Mr. Know-It-All. We have new people that hang out all the time. So we don't just shout out people that are in the membership tiers, but they get priority to shout outs. But right now, because we don't have that full quiver to the point where I can't remember all those names, we do try to ping and talk about the people all the time that have been hanging out in chats and stuff. Like Matthew recently has been in the last couple streams, and that's been excellent just to get motivation on countdowns to streaks and me telling him goals and him being able to keep me motivated for that. So if I missed anybody, I apologize. You know, Karzak and the Vids stopped by for a while. Like, yeah, there's people that have been hanging out, so we do take note of that. We understand, and we know that, and we appreciate you for that. So just know that, you know, we're blessed to be at the point where we can continue to remember the people that are supporting us and stuff, that are not just throwing money at us and stuff. And I know eventually it gets to the point where just the people that are throwing donos and super chats and memberships get the shout outs, and we will lament when that happens. So, you know, we're definitely enjoying the ride, and while chat's not flashing by so fast that we need the mod to tell us what's the most important things to respond to. So that time will come, and we'll be happy to be there because of the reach that we're having, but in no way will we you know, shy away from trying to give the attention to the people that we can now while we're in the throes of what do they say, the come up, as they say. Give me one moment. I do need to refresh my beverage vessel because you can tell that I'm getting a little bit hoarse. I've just been doing a lot of talking through these streams because it's just I do get a little bit manic when I'm by myself or hyped up, and I do feel like the dead air is missed opportunity to talk to you about the channel and stuff like that, because you may just be here for this, you may be here for more, I don't know. So we're just playing it by ear, but come to the Vid-Bits buffet and eat till you're full. And then tell your friends. Oh, the chief just growled at me. Like, not like in like a mean way, just in like a, God, what are you doing already way? Because it like bookended his night. He went to sleep knowing I was doing this. He tried to sleep, or I guess he slept, I don't know. He was in the sentry position. I had my 5-hour sleep, and then woke back up to get some gains before I went to go to my shoot job today, and he's still laying around the same position, groaning at me like, dude. Yep, daddy's on the grind. Phrasing. Boom. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday morning, evening, afternoon. It's gonna be a great day, guys. This is just the beginning. It's gonna be an amazing day. I'm actually banking on saying it's gonna be a gloriously superb day. So, you know, if you're vibing with that, just know that, yeah, you feel that way for a reason. I guarantee some of you are looking at my play sometimes and be like, why does dude never get the fruit prize? Well, sometimes it doesn't make any sense to get the fruit prize because it's low hanging fruit, which means it's 200, 400, 600, and if that's going to put me in the path of hostility with these guys, I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit. I'm going to risk it for like a freaking kiwi or, you know, some grapes, something like that. I'm not going to risk it for the lower fruit because it's just a small increment of points, unless I'm trying to like get the third or fourth ghost in a chain. So makes no sense to do that. Didn't know how good Ghost Repel is. It's that good. Just do not get super intimate with them. If you're looking for tech for this game, it's pretty much more buried in the first couple hundred wins, all the way through like the tutorial and ranking up through elimination to unlock rank. So I do a lot more tech explanations. You'll see me formulate in real time how I strat and stuff like that. So it's really something that I haven't verbalized as much. It's also especially evident while I'm hoarse, because I've been playing this game for a week. We have 48. I mean, there's a little bit of idle time, but we have almost 48 or 2 whole days, hours worth of content on this game on YouTube, which is the longest and largest catalog database of that, I believe. If I'm wrong, you can at me at it. We will discuss it. But as far as like what people have put up on YouTube, I think that we have the most database wins on Chomp Champs. So yeah, when I say that you can follow the road to number 1, when we hit number 1, you literally can follow the entire road from first impressions to hitting number 1. We will have the whole journey on here, which is just amazing, guys. That's amazing, because that'll be its own subfolder even as we continue to defend the title and move on and do more episodes of Chomp Champs and all those things, pack snacks, snack packs, and all those sessions. That will still have its own thing that can just kind of be, you know, it's beginning to end, a completely circular journey from going through first impressions of this game to number 1 in the world. So if you can find something in your life that you can chronicle like that, you know, it's great to grab a diary, start chronicling something. You know, I can't wait to go through the wins and just in a handwritten journal, just chronicle my win losses. I haven't caught that up yet. I don't know what my percentage is. I don't think I know that stat, because I don't want to be super, like, I don't want to lean super into that and then start talking about that more, because that's just that's a humble brag. That's a little bit more of a just regular brag, you know what I mean? If you guys want to go and take the time to look at all the dubs and then do the math to see what my statistic is for wins and losses and stuff, and then throw that in chat, I'll look at it and accept it and, you know, embrace it, because you took the time to figure those numbers out. But at this point, I simply don't have the time to do that. I know that we're doing really, really well at this game, so just very blessed, humble, and thankful to be able to do that for you guys. And hopefully you're enjoying the play. And I'll try to have more pockets of silence so that you don't feel like I'm being super preachy, but I just have to take the time to fill the dead silence sometimes with making sure that you understand the mission statement, who we are as people and stuff. So it's Alchemy's equivocal exchange, baby, and so you are getting this content for free if you aren't super chatting, donoing, or you know, jumping on a membership tier. So the equivocal exchange is sometimes you have to hear about why it's being created or what our passions are. Another passion project, so we're sorry for that, but you know, I used to look at it straight as shilling, but no, it's the equivocal exchange for the experience, because we are putting life force energy out into creating these projects for you, at most of the time at next to no revenue for us right now, because it's the infancy, but we know one day we'll be talking about this as the struggle and being thankful that we appreciated all of the road there. So the road to number 1 as far as also father-son YouTube gaming and, you know, the support of you guys as well. What would the wrong weights be? Maybe that's the joke that we'll do when we get caught in the maze with some of these. We'll call them comp packs. It's not. I don't know. We're not going to call them that, but you know what I mean. It's a computer-controlled Pac-Man that is trying to replicate the AI of a person, which I'm not beating that dead horse anymore about it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that there's going to be AI controlled people in here to fill these lobbies out, but it's also because we're Chomp Champs, and like that whole tier has very low membership in its own, so that could be the system's way of not putting me in here with a bunch of real people so that they're so off-put that they don't want to continue with the game if they're playing with somebody at the highest caliber level. I know that if I was trying to play competitive multiplayer and it was supposedly ranked, and all of a sudden I'm facing somebody that's the top of the top, I would be pissed because I think that it's not fair. So that's, I think, where I'm going to stand on it. Plus, I will say this right now, if this game gets to the point where it's so depopulated that it's 90% bots and 10% real people, we will still be going through its halls. We will still be chomping ghosts because it's Pac-Man core gameplay at the end of the day. And when you load up Pac-Man, the original one, there isn't real people in there, and it's all AI controlled ghosts. So, you know, just even having a Pac-Man game where it starts to AI control other Pac-Man is still a good Pac-Man game to me, because then it's adding another layer to the gameplay loop where I'm trying to do my ghost navigation, but also realize that somebody else is trying to do it too, and there's a chance that that's actually a real person, and they're going to be even more difficult to deal with. So, plus you're also getting to keep your chops spry with facing off with the computer people that are at a decent level, because the skill variance is real. Some of these people in the very beginning are horrible, and then some of the people towards the end know exactly where to go to counter your moves almost perfectly. So when you're complaining about facing these AI people, realize that when this game is populated by a general populace of people that are casual to okay pack players, you're going to dominate them. So you're training up. The game is helping you stay spry. You're keeping trained up. So just be quiet and stay in your lane and stop putting out hate articles about the game being overpopulated with bots right now. That's where I'm at with it. And that again is another mini rant, but it frustrates me that I even have to go there. Somebody's trying to take the joy and suck the joy out of something that people are clearly like me and in my demo 80s kids and beyond are truly having a great time with. And then if other generations are being able to close the gap of that and newer people are exposed to it because it's accessible, then all that is a win for the Pac-Man franchise. This may be a stopgap to the next game. I guarantee you it is, because they always have new things in the hopper at Bandai Namco. But you know, you guys overly saturating the internet with negative articles or jumping on the comment boards for this game and being super negative because you lament the loss of Pac-Man 99. I'm sorry. It's really getting old, and I'm only just looking through those articles to be able to look for certain information and stuff. And at the end of the day, I'm not trying to waste my time jumping into those chats and just fighting with those keyboard warriors over it because they're not happy with their life for some degree. So I know that's another thing I'm passionate about, because I love this game, and we got people that are trying to, you know, make me have doubt, and all I'm trying to do is find out if the seasons are going to change, when the next skin packs are coming out, that kind of stuff, so I can talk to you about that, and then I have to worry about accidentally clicking a comment board that just is 90% negative, but I don't even know how much that's AI generated because people are getting paid to troll. So love you, Bandai Namco. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for porting this up from Stadia. Thank you for doing some balancing changes. Even though I've never watched the Stadia game, I heard that you had a lot more going on with it, 11 power-ups down to 7 and stuff like that. I do think that may be your way of staggering in, not necessarily quality of life improvements, but game changes so that you can introduce it as seasons. And I welcome that. Kind of hope that you'll reset the leaderboards at that point so that we can have a new fresh challenge and a new fresh race. It also is the reason why I am so intent on trying to get to #1 on the leaderboard for the Vid-Bits, so that in case for some reason that closes off at any given time, we can say that we were the first #1. We will have that in the history books for people that care, that look at those stats. This is a competitive game, so I'm hoping that some people care about the stats of this game. We just don't have the time to spend too much figuring that out. We kind of are relieving our community, or relying on our community to do that. But if you watched the last stream, I pretty much broke 156 first place finish streak. So, you know, that carried across the end of one stream, the entirety of another, and the beginning of another. So that's the kind of cool thing that you get to jump into if you're trying to follow the journey, is you can watch me stress out about things like dying out of nowhere for the first time and you know, changing my strategy way too late in the game and then making a horrible finish because of it, but not losing the game per se. Those type of things. So hopefully you find those things exciting. Oh, sorry about that. That's when I was supposed to wake up, and I apologize that the realness of the generic ringtone, but some things you just don't have time for. It's weird. Like, that's one of them. Worrying about my ringtone, worrying about my alarm tone. I always think it's funny when you go in public and you hear somebody with that same generic ringtone. That's me. Like, I've never changed it because I guess since I'm an 80s kid, like the excitement of changing my ringtone died with the Nokia. We used to buy the Nokia with the faceplates that swapped out, and it was all about downloading ringtones and stuff. So what faceplate your phone had and what ringtone it had was the only things that mattered, not what model you had, because we all had the same model essentially, which is crazy. Because now we all have like one of two models, and then we yell at each other about whether or not we're right. But they finally merged the interfaces of both those models, so they're very similar. So it's just like, are you having the illusion of choice or what? I think it's the illusion of choice. And that's, you know, man, that's it. Third place, right? No? That was close. That was close. Sometimes the guys are not caught up. I know that there's times I've banked more men than it's shown, so I don't know what that's all about. Give me 1 second so I can make sure that alarm doesn't go off again. There we go. Look at that strawberry. It might be a little bit, no, I'll say it wasn't treacherous because it disappeared, but if that would have been a treacherous strawberry, that wouldn't have been the first time I've seen one. And if you want to see more attempts at getting strawberries that may lead to your demise, I highly suggest that you check out yesterday's episode of Game of Day May, where Bray messes around with Celeste and has guest star Winnie in the lab for that. So hopefully you'll enjoy that content. That shows our dedication to creating and sharing with you the best video game content that's not a monetized video. That's a passion project. Part of Game of Day May is that exposure aspect, so some of those things will be demonetized because we're not going to edit them to the point where they're unwatchable or unenjoyable. So also sometimes the first experience on the stream will be the only time that you would see that without it being edited or whatever. But in a game like Celeste, where the music's important, we're not going to mute out all instances of the music in order to make money, because I don't think that that is in the spirit of anything. That's not in the spirit of what we're doing here. So hopefully you appreciate and understand that. We do thank you that you still check out that content, though, because the likes, shares, subscribe, views, and chats on it is still important. It's not a thing that you're going to see here in the Vid-Bits, where if we put up a project and we find out that we get demonetized for it, that we're going to just take it down, unless that's the request of the person that's demonetizing it, or, you know, if it doesn't make sense to co-op monetization on that project because they can have ad revenue shared, we won't. We'll just, I guess that would be private. It'd be privated and then probably still accessible from the membership tier. So just know that we don't do things just for the money here. We don't do anything for the money here. We don't. So it's, the money would just make it so that when I bought this game, the $23 that I paid for it was taken care of by you. That's all it does. Like, I still bought it. I'm still gonna buy it. Still, like, you know, it's still part of the plan. It's still part of the story. But you guys buying it is just so sweet, knowing that, you know, we're playing through a game that you guys purchased and that you wanted us to see, and then we can use the funds for other games that you guys want to see, is just amazing to me. But at the end of the day, when we want to do them, we're still going to make the purchase to make it happen. But when you guys support that, it's almost like I don't know accountability wise how many YouTubers are trying to make sure that you know where your money's going towards. So when we get something like this was just taken out of the account, and you know, we'll do a community post about it. Hey guys, we just withdrew this money from the account to buy this game. Can't wait to do content on it. You know what I mean? That's, to me, is awesome, because then when I'm throwing you $2 or whatever, I know that I was part of that too. Like, I was part of the getting the Switch 2, and part of the making sure that we had this AAA title that wasn't necessarily on the docket because enough groundswell came from it, and having it when it comes out that wasn't necessarily possible. Or the best would be to, like, pre-order games and have them already paid off, so that I don't have to stress about remembering all those dates, because sometimes that's maddening to keep it all straight when things are coming out, what we paid on them, and, you know, spreading ourselves really thin by throwing $5 down on a lot of games so that we have them pre-ordered, because in today's day and age, like, we really love physical media, and we really try to embrace physical media here, so we do a lot of physical pre-ordering. I know that you can get these experiences on day one through a digital storefront, but there's nothing like busting the shrink wrap of a game, putting it on your shelf, being able to, like a library, see the spine of that game and be able to use that as a jump-off point to discuss it or realize that you want to touch it. I think, unfortunately, part of the reason why we don't mess with our physical or with our backlog as much is because it's not usually physical. I mess with my physical backlog way more because I'm looking at it every day, versus our virtual libraries that we get through, be it Steam or all of our different subscription services. It's almost just a sea of shit that you think that you have an illusion of choice, because you're looking at all these texts and all text walls and all these images, and you don't necessarily have ever clicked on them. So, like, say for example Celeste yesterday, I bet you saw the splash for Celeste, right? You've seen it. If you're a gamer, you've seen it, but have you actually watched gameplay for it? Have you actually loaded it up? If you own it on a subscription service or have accessibility on a subscription service, have you tried it? Because you're paying for it. That's the kind of thing that we want to be able to, you know, co-op, is making it so that you could possibly already have a subscription service for whatever, and we're not touting any specific subscription service. But when we're playing Celeste, you know, something like that, you can literally load it up if you have that on that specific subscription service and play along, and you may not have done that had we not started the playthrough. And wow, here we go, another maze with 4 people in it. This is only the second time that we've had this many packs in a maze. 1. Let's crush these packs, guys. 2. 3. We're going for the record? We're going for the record, guys? 4. Come on, come on, come on. Oh my gosh. We're going for the record in a single maze. That was 3. Oh, see, this is what I talk about. You want to bitch about AI? These guys are crazy. You know what I mean? And they're not. They're not real people. They're AI. So I've not placed, or I've played against real people that are not this good. So you can say what you want about this. You're really getting to train up your skills against computers that are making all of the right moves. Like when you're a human, you can't make all the right moves. They can literally script an AI to, you know, juke at the specific parts of a maze the same way as a human would when they see that's where the point of interaction is, and that's the best. It's considering all options. Like this is where the last time I can turn left here to go this route or right here, and you can see it how the ghosts do it. That the packs are doing it too, and people are complaining about that. Like why? Like yeah, you want to play against other real people, but at the end of the day, until that happens, because the servers are fleshed out and whatnot, these guys are doing a really good job at keeping you trained up. That was awesome, guys. That screen was awesome. I can't wait to have that going on all the time, like in a positive way, you know, because it can still get a little bit hectic when those are like other real people. But for the most part, you know, you're still gonna not know what to do. You'll see me invade mazes all the time, and people freak out because they don't know what to do, especially in the beginning or whatever. So I'm just waiting for the, you know, I don't know. It's one of those situations where when we rank up so high and we're facing a lot of bots and stuff, I'm gonna probably, you know, there'll be a session coming up soon just to break the tension where I play some elimination so I have a higher chance of facing real people. But right now we're staying in our lane, so maybe the, you know, and I've said it before, the reason why we're not facing a lot of real people is because there's nobody on our level right now, guys, and they don't want people to be off-put for a game that they just put $20 into because it's not a freemium. So, you know, consider that too. But man, the level of some of that AI, you just watched that match, and I was trying to take two different people on while avoiding, you know, ghosts that were active, and those guys were making really good predictive moves. It was really good scripting on their part. So that's the other. I haven't the amount of people that have complained about the AI I haven't cross-referenced that with the people complaining about the quality of it. So they're not complaining that it's not of quality, they're just complaining that that's what it is. So that's just weird, right? Again, a game that 43 years ago when it came out was all about these AI ghosts and you being able to know how they behave so that you could dictate how you were going to respond is what the freaking basis and the foundation of this game is all about, Charlie Brown. So it's just ridiculous that, you know, people are like, oh, it's not 63 real people every game. Like, God, it isn't. And if it was, and when it is, and when it will be, that's going to be awesome. And if it isn't forever, that's okay too. And if it's just in tournament formats, that's alright too. But that's a totally different type of chaos. The game lends itself to be available for that. But until we fully embrace a game that's only been out for a couple weeks, guys, you know, with one of those being early access, this game's only been available to the public for 8 days at the $20 price point. It's like 8 or 9 days. So, you know, you guys trying to form a subset of community that's toxic. It's just mind-boggling. It kind of just lends itself to let me know that no matter what somebody enjoys in their life, there's going to be a freaking outro community, or a toxic community that's just simply there, that they know that that's another thing they can control about. And it's just like, that's crazy to me that you're wasting that energy. You're dying, you know, you're wasting that energy, you're dying, your life force is dying, you're not putting anything positive out in the world. I know people like that. I literally, unfortunately, have people like that in my immediate sphere, and luckily they're not influencing me in a negative way anymore. I've allowed myself to renegotiate the contract, so to speak, and take the power back. So, you know, don't be in that position where you're just going to sit there and just spout negativity all day instead of just trying to stay in your lane and produce. And there's no specific way to quantify production. Growth looks different every day, so do what you think is productive. And, you know, even this is not productive as somebody's watching me play Pac-Man, they're like, this guy's wasting his life. Nope, I got 2 other jobs, taking care of 2 elderly people, taking care of a dog, helping raise a child still, even though he's 18, because you never stop raising or learning every day, and trying to do the Pac-Man thing, the channel thing, and my own stuff. So no, I'm not wasting my life playing Pac-Man. It's just another ball I have in the air that we're juggling on our way to being the best performer in YouTube. You know, that's what it is. We are committed. We are dialed in. You guys believed in us to continue to watch our programming to the point where we could gain monetization, which, you know, I don't know if that's not motivating to somebody who all of a sudden starts making money for their passion project and then quits doing it. We just turned the dial up to 11, baby. It's up to 11. And if you want to jump off the ship and swim to shore, then do that. We don't need you. We don't want that. We want the people that want to be on the boat, that are ready to see the content and realize that, you know, like I said, we don't hone in on one specific niche unless that niche is YouTube gaming, not this platform, this game, this time period. It's none of that. It's all of it, embracing all of it, and in a way where, you know, you're curating that. So thank you for that. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. This programming would happen with or without you, but it makes it so much more enjoyable that we have the support from viewers like you, and that you continue to like, share, and subscribe and believe in our content. So from Brian, which is talking now and playing Pac-Man, and Braden, who is going to be here with you later with another episode of our Game a Day Made, because he's taking on a lot of the solo ones of those while I'm, you know, marrying together all the different responsibilities. You know, from both of us, and also the Dash and the Vid-Bits, our Siberian Husky, the Chief. We really thank you for all of your loyal support and continued support in the future. We built Dub City. 464. That's a fun one. I'll snap that. I like palindromes, man. A little Easter egg story about me. I remember, and I can say his first name, but I remember there was a kid named Drew, and we were in elementary school together, and he had a project that he had to do. He had to write a whole page of palindromes, like front and back, for his homework, and he didn't want to do it. We were having a discussion in class, and he said that he would give me Mario Brothers for Atari if I did his homework, and I said, what do you mean? There's no Mario Brothers for Atari. Like, I didn't have the knowledge that it was. I had an Atari, and I just, you know, Mario Brothers was Nintendo. Nintendo was already an established property and everything, so, you know, I'm not that old. And, you know, he said, hey, dude, you do this palindrome paper for me, and I'll give you the Mario Brothers for Nintendo, or for Atari. And I said, okay, whatever. So I go home. I dialed in, I did the whole front to back, you know, 101, 1001, 1001, and I just did that through all the numbers, and just, you know, just used logic to fill it up pretty quickly. And I brought it back the next day, and he's like, oh, you know, I brought that game, I don't think that you did it. And I did it, and he gave me it, and I was like, I just could not believe that there was a Mario Brothers by Nintendo for Atari. And then I would get a cold or an illness within a week or two, and I was at home, and my mother didn't care that I was playing my Atari in my room, and I just remember marathoning the crap out of that game and doing really well and extremely, basically, I played for hours and hours. I remember playing so long that the only reason why I stopped was fatigue. So, you know, that type of feat and stuff, it also kind of gives you, like, the backstory as to why I'm capable of, like, putting my mind to something and achieving it, as is Bray. He does a session where he sits down for what we consider an epic stream, which is 7 to 9 hours of length, and tries to beat as many Doom games as possible in one sitting. Spoiler, it's not as many as you think, so I highly suggest that you check that out, because it's interesting to watch somebody, especially from his age bracket, embrace and love, give some love and attention to the original Doom. So, you know, that's another one of the things that you can find. There's a playlist called Epic Streams, like I said, the 7 to 9 hour sessions that we do on content. You'll see them find them in that folder. So those are the dedicated things. Those are also where the feats and projects will be that are super long, that don't necessarily meet the timeout of 11:55. So yeah, you can watch the struggle as he tries to beat as many Doom games as possible in a single session. If you check that out, which I highly suggest that you do, because not everybody wants to see somebody from my age demo play Doom all the time. It's great to watch somebody from the younger age play that game because it's so influential. And, you know, shout out Romero and Carmack for doing that and, you know, betting on themselves. It's funny that they super only went all in on themselves when they were rejected by Nintendo for the Mario 3 port they did for PC. They sent it to Nintendo. They did a Mario 3 port for PC, and sent it to Nintendo, and Nintendo said that they weren't interested in producing the project but thanked them anyways, and then they would go on to form id Software because of it. So, you know, you don't if you can definitely shop yourself and try to sell yourself unapologetically authentically, but at the end of the day, if they don't buy it, you should never give up on your dreams. And I think that that's kind of like an allegory for that. The fact that they thought that they were, you know, being awesome and creating Mario 3 for PC and be able to, you know, start to hone in on the PC market for Nintendo, and they could have very well been the genesis of that. And it did not happen because Nintendo's ego didn't want their products on PC. So, you know, it's amazing then that motivation allowed these people to become one of the biggest PC juggernauts in the world. And we've said it before and we'll say it again, what side of history are you on? You know, Nintendo doesn't, I have never heard somebody from Nintendo say that that was a misstep, but that obviously was a misstep, and who knows, I don't know. Maybe it obviously wasn't. Maybe the split of PC and console gaming would have made that they diversified themselves too much. I think that it's proven that Nintendo, when it doesn't work, stops diversification. Like if you look at how Mario Run did and how they felt it did, and how they're really still not finding their true footing in the cell phone gaming market. So it almost shows you that when you try to vibrate or merge with an idealism that doesn't necessarily fit with your core values as a company, that you're going to find yourself not, you know, replicating the results that you're looking for. And I truly believe that that's one of those examples where they're trying hardest to fit a round peg in a square hole there. And, you know, no offense to Nintendo's gaming division trying to figure that out, but I don't envy you finding out the balance between a free-to-play game and a pay-to-play game, where it's got, you know, doesn't have gotcha mechanics, isn't just a skin upgrade, you know, emporium, and a, you know, a scratch-off ticket that you continuously reload every day for free or for pay. I hate those games. I do. And like you marrying your IP with those games would just be toxic for the culture, and then it would just start to bring a one-on-one correlation between the two that I don't think that you want. And I think that that's why they're doing it the way that they're doing it, and not diving headfirst in and throwing all of their IPs on the cell phone and all that other stuff. So I gotta give a big shout out to the big Nintendo for, you know, trying to traverse that and make it so that there's content there for the people that want it, but also not compromising their values too much by having, you know, unfortunately what they let happen with like the Wii, and now somewhat at the end of the Switch's life cycle, just a bunch of shovelware for the console that's gonna mar the quality of the library overall. Like look at a gaming system like the GameCube, and yeah, there's a lot of crap on there, but there's a lot of killer on there, and people talk about it fondly, and the value of the collectability of the artifacts is very high, versus like the Wii has so much shovelware that even the crappy games, unless it was a low print run and somebody needs it for a complete set, most people are just continuously tossing those around, throwing them out, cracking the discs in half on accident, not caring, using those as coasters, using the cases as you know, to, you know, complete a better game, switch a better case in a better game, and then, you know, all that stuff is just shovelware is just that. You take the shovel, you shovel the ware into the trash. That's what it is. Like, you know, and damn you companies that are just making AI cookie cutter schematics of the same crap, and then people unfortunately are addicted to those loops because they think that they're, you know, gaining something from them, and then keep buying all of the reskin versions of that crap, because that's the toxicity to the gaming market. So that's why people say, oh, you play games on a cell phone, and you could still be a great gamer, and you could still be playing a great cell phone game, but you're going to get a stigma of playing a cell phone game because of the time-wasting gotcha mechanic, city simulators, and, you know, do this after 30 minutes of real-time things that make it so that you ping that game in 30 times so that you click it and make the money for clicking on it for, you know, 5 minutes at a time, and then going back and doing your real life, but then making sure that you're habitually now like feeling FOMO about whether or not you click on it again to get the next skin that you may not even use. Like, I'm over that. We're over that here at the Vid-Bits. Like, you know, it's sad that certain things that we gave too much attention to, we were not publicly sponsored or paid to do, you know, and at that point, that's like we say all the time here, renegotiate the contracts. We were playing Destiny at a rate of $0 per year and giving them a rate of hundreds of dollars every couple years for 9 years, and now we are, you know, emotionally invested on finishing a game that we don't play all the time anymore, that we were playing so much while also doing content the last 2 years here. Like, still playing so much in our personal time, and then not finding the same joy because it was just a FOMO loop. And you know, now we're unfortunately pot committed, so they were going to get another slice of money before it's all said and done. But it just turned out to be one of those things that, you know, we should have cut our losses earlier in it, but we were just so committed. I mean, the vision of the company was a 10-year plan, a 10-year crusade, a whole decade of being the same character and going through a story. So it was very enticing, and I mean, I'm not going to get too much into that, but it just was one of those situations that kind of tied into what I was talking about FOMO, spending too much time getting not paid to professionally play and be invested in a game. And unfortunately for us, Destiny is a big example of that, and we both love the game. We both love the people that spent their time there. The great Lance Riddick that spent time in the community and, you know, was one of the characters in the game. There's never going to be any malice or disrespect towards that, but unfortunately the bad taste is pretty stingent. It's almost like when you cook venison wrong and you just have to deal with the film in your mouth for a day or so while you're trying to constantly wash it out. That's how we feel about Destiny right now. It's getting better towards the end, but it's one of those situations where there will always be the debate if it was too little too late, and the people at this point, like I say, are pot committed that were in there. Don't, you know, renegotiate the contracts, guys. If you're playing a game professionally and you're not getting paid for it, you know that you're in a FOMO loop with it and it's not bringing you joy, you're grinding for that skin that you're never going to use, stop doing that. Grab the game on your backlog, take a big swig of some hydration, smile and realize that you're free. You know, as Justin Long says at the end of Sasquatch Gang, free. And he gets in the Firebird. Like that's where you're at. You're free, man. Don't give those people your money or your time or your attention anymore. Sometimes you don't want to give people too much attention. You know, sometimes you also don't know that you're doing that. You don't know that you're giving them too much attention because you've been, like I said, pot committed. You've been committed because you put so much money in. Bray's 18 years old and Destiny's been out for 9 years, and so he came out when he was 9. He's asked for it for every birthday or Christmas in his entire life until the last couple of years where he started using his own funds to get it and realized that he's starting to not feel the same appreciation of it. And it's one of those things that until we're lucky enough to hammer ideas off each other and bounce ideas off each other, so like when we, you know, debate whether or not we're going to do something, we can logic out what the pros and cons of it are, and we together had to logic out the pros and cons of how to pull ourselves out of that. So, you know, that could be so many different IPs that are like that, and unfortunately addiction is real and gaming addiction is real. So I don't want to be like the hotline guy and say like, if you need help, get help, but you know, if you're in a FOMO loop and you're still paying money and you're bitching about your experience all the time, then what are you doing with your life? Jeez, that should be it right there. Maximum right now, pow, boom, looking at that. Complaining about my gaming experience, paying for it, not getting paid to play it, ruining my life, and it's not fun. Okay, why are you playing that for anymore? Your friends are playing it? Why don't you like remove all of yourself? You guys can do an extraction and remove all of yourself from it. They might be sad that they're not getting any more of your money, but at the end of the day, you're not going to have to, you know, you're not going to have to worry about that FOMO feeling anymore. You're not going to have to worry about giving them any more of your money. You're going to be able to start to move on to your backlog, and it's going to be a great feeling. So, you know, that's all. If I had to, you know, hone that in, that's where I'd be with it. Substitute the FOMO game for the backlog game. Like do a juxtaposition, switch them, and see how that does for you. I mean, yeah, you might, if you were addicted, you still might feel withdrawal from the FOMO game, but once you get about a week or a week and a half away from it, it will be like off of your back, I promise you. And then you'll be like, man, I need to play some of the games in my backlog. I'm having fun. I'm like, what's worse, like, is you're like playing these games that you don't want to play while people are making games that you do want to play, and then you don't have the time because you got to stay in the grind. Like, what the hell is that all about? So sad for that, you know. We're just blessed enough to use a concept like Game of Day May every year to be able to start to tackle those. But, you know, if you don't start tackling your backlog today and there's a new game that's going to come out tomorrow and then that's going to get added, you're in a situation in your life where unless the gaming industry stops as a whole, you're never going to tackle all of it, and you're never going to get to all the experiences you want. So prioritize that, you know. Maybe make a small physical list of the games that you're going to start to work on. You know, maybe put a list of like 12 games on there. Like you're going to try one a month for the rest of, you know, for the next, from this May to the beginning of next one, you're going to try one a month, because I'm sure if you have a backlog, it's ridiculously large. most of the time people accrue backlogs just because they like IPs that have a lot of varying degrees to offer, or have been around for a while and you're just getting into it, so then the entire series becomes part of your backlog. So yeah, I just highly suggest you find a way to categorize and tackle that, because it's an amazing feeling to stop looking at something like just an icon or like a public billboard or visage about a game and know that you clicked on it, you installed it, you gave it the time of day. So when somebody says, "Hey, how's Celeste?" you can be like, "You didn't just click, you just didn't look at the splash page. You actually know how good it is," and you can like let your passion, bleed through about talking about it like we try to do. And with that, that will be the end of the first pack snack of this snack pack. I hope that you're enjoying this as we continue to go through and rank up in Chomp Champs. What to us at the Vid-Bits, a pack snack is a 90-minute sesh. When multiple of those are coupled together, we call it a snack pack. So it's almost like you have that ring of pudding cups that are all still attached together before you break them apart. When there's multiple of these 90-minute sessions smashed together as a full stream, we call it a snack pack. So hopefully you guys will be enjoying this, and we're just through the first one. I'm gonna at least do one more. I might do two. It probably will be in between 2 and 3 more, so somewhere there where I can be right on the doorway for when I get home from my shoot job tonight to hit 500 wins and all the great milestones that are coming up for us, especially if you're joining along with Road to Number 1. And shameless plug for Game of Day May, which will be continuing today with Day 17. I'm not going to reveal that title to you, but Bray has that on the docket while I'm at my schmo job, my shoot job, the job that I'm working while you're making me work it. Just kidding, guys, just kidding. Because eventually we'll be doing this full time. Bray is doing it full time now, so that's why you're seeing the output that you're seeing, and I hope that you continue to enjoy it. But yeah, we're gonna hit as much wins as we can before I have to leave for the majority of the day, and then I will jump back this evening to continue the quest. So hopefully you will join along for that. I'll probably do a community post to kind of let you know and remind you guys when that's going to be, so that you guys can hopefully join along, because we're going to hit some great milestones tonight, and it's actually going to probably be some milestones that then make it so when we get into our steady play sessions, we will just be making grounds, we'll be like catching up and leaving so many people super far behind that even if they play all day every day, as long as we play on our pace, they're not catching up now because they didn't. And that's amazing. That is an amazing feeling, and it's unfortunately why these episodes are so sporadic and different lengths and different times and all the time and all that other stuff right now, is because we're trying to catch number 1, and we're all sleeping and eating and breathing and living our life outside of it. I hope I can kind of tell based on pace that some people are kind of not living their life too much and are just really trying to get it, and that's fine. But just stay healthy, guys. Stay hydrated. Hydrate yourself. With that being said, grab a sip of some sort of hydration. Right now I'm imbibing some delicious vapor distilled water. And I know it sounds bougie, but it's a lot more affordable than you think, because we're not associating with specific brands, but it is more of a generic brand, and it's still delicious. So yeah, I highly suggest that you guys hydrate with something delicious. And to me, once you can get yourself over that hurdle with water, every drop of water tastes like Felix Felicis to me. I don't know why it took so long to get back there, but like if I don't have it now, I'm upset. And like if I have to drink something that's not it before I have the choice to drink it first, I'm upset. And that's the rewiring that I think is amazing. It's a healthy rewiring. Just don't go super crazy. Unfortunately, we have an example in history of somebody drinking water medically to the point where they passed away. So don't do something super crazy like that. Don't try to win a Wii by blowing up your bladder or whatever, but drink some water today. I think that they say I think it'd be funny to have like a shirt that said hydration 64, because they say 64 ounces of water, so that's like what, 8 ounce glasses. I think that I'm habitually there now. I don't know, like hydration is not just because your mouth is dry and then you quell like that on your palate, the dryness of your palate. It's also making it so that your body and your pores are breathing better because of that. So You know, when you drink more and you're more hydrated, you feel more vascular. You'll see your color comes back and stuff like that. And I think sometimes people don't realize that they are in the throes of dehydration, and so they're trying to speak and they're choking on their words. Or somebody says, "Hey, man, you look like you need something to drink," because you're like pale as heck. And you know, we have so much natural water occurring in our body that, you know, the body's craving to have more to, like, you know, help keep the reservoir filled. So it's one of those things that you don't know why you're craving it until you are, and it's one of those also things that you can get it a lot more accessibly and a lot more cheaper than a lot of beverages that you are, you know, taking on and going to the gas station to grab or whatever. And not to discredit the deliciousness of tasty tubes of liquid candy and all that, but you know, you have to maintain balance in your life. That's not a good. That's not a good. I'm glad I didn't like. I'm glad I didn't use. Okay, I'm glad I didn't use the dazer there. I was gonna be dumb and use a dazer there for some stupid reason. I'm like, wait a minute. There's a couple games where you'll see me use a dazer when I'm trapped in between ghosts. I'm literally just using the dazer, hoping that the other person that's around just does that, hits the wall, and the game finishes then. Chugging along, baby. Trying to min-max this session. It's been pretty productive so far, that first pack snack. And it's a great 18-win session. So we're moving on to the next 18. And just to be safe for time-wise, I probably will, you know, finish up on the next pack snack on the next 18. Just probably. I mean, I might do a little bit of an overflow. I might be still hungry and forget my manners. I'm not sure. But I'm definitely trying to also have a little bit of personal time with the boy before I go to work, so we can get on the same page about how the rest of the day is going to go, and make sure that, you know, things are tasked appropriately, because it's really good to be on the same page so that you don't have some sort of disconnect when you reconnect. Nothing more sad than saying, "Hey, you did this, right?" And they're like, "No, I didn't know I needed to do this." And it's like, well, I didn't tell you, so it's my fault. You're a little bit early to be in my maze, old chair, bud. Like, you know? Like, you know that's not a good idea, so you can have it. Go ahead. There you go. I'll come over here and hang out with Corporal Nation in the mirror image of my sushi home. I'm gonna switch it probably. I keep talking about this spitballing. I'm gonna switch it to the 40th anniversary maze. See, you see that move? That's a pro move right there. Most people would have grabbed that ghost before, or the energizer before that extra ghost, and you would have lost your score chain right there. So that kind of stuff is like the stuff that normal people don't do. That's why we are a top tier player. We are one of the best in the world, going for the best in the world in something. So, you know, when I say stay in your lane, I'm also talking to the other packs. Stay in your lane, like Brutal Hog and Wary Logger. Brutal Hog, I said log. Oh. well. That was dumb, probably. Oh, wow. Wow. Gleaming the cube there. Little Christian Slater, Tony Hawk action. $4.69, dudes. Yeah, I'll make that stupid joke almost every time you see that. So hopefully it's one of those things that you don't get sick of, because I like puns and stuff too. Shout out to Winnie though for being just as punny as me. If you're checking this out, Winnie, much love, and it's awesome that you got to guest star on Celeste yesterday, so check that out. It's nice to have a fresh perspective, especially somebody that's willing to jump in the lab and be vulnerable with us, because I mean, if you've not noticed that as empaths, we put ourselves out there, we wear our hearts on our sleeve, and we're very vulnerable with our emotions, but it's not to a fault. I really believe it's the secret sauce that holds the channel in a different light than others, and makes it so that it couples with the transparency and the genuine authenticity that we try to provide for you guys, which is amazing in nowadays, in an age where you're not sure if something's fake or real or authentic. We're just trying to be unapologetically and authentically us, with the caveat being, if we ever are out of pocket and it's super crazy, we can have an open discussion about it and try to revisit it. But you're not going to see a lot of backpedaling on statements, because most of the time we're very choosy with what we say. As far as like political opinions, we venture next to none of those. You can do whatever you want, just don't harm anybody. You can believe in whatever political party you want, whatever religion you want, as long as you're not harming anybody and creating hate and bigotry. So we just try to let everybody, we say, stay in your own lane, but also merge in lanes with us too. So like, there's times that makes sense, and there's other times that it doesn't. But like I said, we're not trying to be descriptive with trying to help you live your life in other than the most base ways that don't affect it to the point where you're going to be like, well, I did this thing that you said and my life turned out bad. Well, you drank more water and your life turned out bad? Okay. You loved yourself and your life turned out bad? Okay. You started pursuing your passion projects and stopped procrastinating on them and your life turned out bad? Okay. Willing to jump on those. Willing to jump on those completely. We'll fall on those grenades. And then I'll tell them to use the old vendor on the stamp. No, the young vendor, I'm sorry. Shout out to John DiMaggio and his amazing vendor and all the other amazing roles that dude does. If you want to see more voiceover acting, shameless segue, check out the Dave the Diver playlist, where basically I do that thing where the person plays all of the things, so not only the game but all the roles. I try to do voiceover for that. I'm very passionate about voiceover, so come in, stop by, laugh with me as I try to keep it all together in my mind, and we go through and dive the deep blue hole and continue to stock Bancho Sushi on the nightly and live out our crazy sea life dreams in Dave the Diver. It's an amazing game. Shout out to those guys that made it. Their name's escaping me right now, which I'm absolutely hating myself for. And they have some free DLC for Godzilla coming out the 23rd of this month. I'm sure we'll cover that, especially because it's free and we already do Dave. So check that out, and I hope that you enjoy it. You might not even know if you will enjoy it until you check it out, because it's one of those games that is so crazy. I was actually out somewhere, I think I was at a GameStop, and was talking about Dave, and one of the employees is very knowledgeable there, just turned around and he's like, what is it? And I just like turned around and looked at it, and then he looked at it and he just kept thinking to himself, what is it? Like, you know what I mean? That's neat to me that there's a game that's like that people are still trying to figure out, but they were able to blend together so many different genres that it became its own thing that doesn't even make sense to some people when they see it. And that'll be another one of those situations where people You know, some people turn tail and run, jump from the boat and swim to shore, and other people are like, man, that's an amazing concept, and I'm going to give you guys the time of day and give you a little bit of my money. Check it out, and, you know, give it the time of day is important, because your money is your life force equated into a physical currency or a digital currency, and, you know, you trading your life force for somebody's passion projects is the equivocal exchange of what money does. So, you know, that's crazy that there's some people that will never give it the time of day because they look at it and they're like, that's just too weird. So that's another reason why we do the things that we do, so that you can check out the projects that you may not want to purchase and not waste your money, because it may not be for you, but you can live vicariously through us playing it and watch it on our channel, and then it still helps us grow and get support. So don't think that support from YouTube is strictly because you gave somebody a super chat, a donation, a subscription, or a membership, or whatever. It's also that you know, hung out. Subscriptions are important, don't get me wrong. Please subscribe if you aren't, and like and share this content. But, you know, some people will be off-put by somebody e-begging, and we're not e-begging at all. We're just saying, if you like this and you want it to be better, then donate, because it will be better because you donated. That's 100% a fact. If you like the way that it is, it's going to continue to be that way. It's going to continue to get better on our dime, but your dime makes it happen faster. So thank you for anything, especially the Pioneer member of our completely unnecessary tier, Skippy the Bard, who propped up 5 more memberships and basically helped start the foundation of the memberships. We do have some loyal subscribers that unfortunately aren't in the membership tier, and that's totally okay, but they come in all the time. We shout them out. They're in the groups. They're engaging with the other people. They're keeping us active and stuff. So like I said, the community isn't just completely subjected to who's paying us. Unfortunately, eventually it will get to a point where those people will take priority, because they're the ones propping the channel up the most with their hard-earned money that they're, you know, getting from their jobs to help us live our job, you know. So those people will always get priority, but we do try to be accessible about, you know, Matthew's been hanging out in the last couple times, and he's not a member, but he feels like he's going to be, and I can tell based on how he's hanging out that he wants to be part of something bigger. He knows he's on, you know, the right side of Vid-Bits history, hanging out and stuff, and that's just as important to us. It's I think sometimes people will be like, well, why aren't you a member? Well, some people, unfortunately, we right now are living paycheck to paycheck, and that's the reality in 2024. My shoot job does not support us enough on its own to be able to prop up the channel and, you know, do this full time, so I have to continue to do that and stuff like that. So, you know, it's important to know that when you guys help prop up a channel like us and help us live our dreams, it just goes back into making better content for you, and makes it so we can do it even more full than full time. So yeah, if you like the content though, the way that it is, it's going to continue to be that, but you know, it will always evolve on our dime. But like I said, your dime makes it happen a little bit faster, especially if some people will be impatient and be like, man, you guys deserve better, and then just throw some money, and that's cool, because that will instantly go towards what we need to do, what needs to happen, you know, better sound engineering software, second streaming setup, so we can both be streaming games that are multiplayer, hard cams in eventually, you know, in the lab and stuff like that in certain locations, so you can see some of the stuff that we're doing on the arcade one-up machines. There's so many things I can tell you that your money would be going towards if it was coming, but right now we're just using our budget and the pace to do the projects that we're doing that are coming out in the order that we are, and also we have subscription services that help us access our backlog, so it's like we're not going to run out of content to do if for some reason we don't get any money tomorrow. For the next couple weeks, it's still going to keep coming, because for the last 2 years before monetization hit, we weren't ever e-begging or shilling, but now that it's hit, I feel like we have to at least let you know what's available while you're watching it, because sometimes somebody might just come in for some Pac-Man play and not realize that they stumbled upon a great gaming channel that has a bunch to offer in a bunch of different categories for them. So, you know, shameless plug to the Vid-Bits, but thank you for stopping by and hanging out with us. It's almost like a shameless plug for the Vid-Bits, just scrolling around on the screen seeing our name, you know, and then definitely being able to attach that to a high score on the leaderboard. I'm just so blessed, thankful, humble, and appreciative to be able to provide this feat for you guys, you know, calling our shot and putting us up at #1. So when you're a member of the Vid-Bits and you see, when somebody sees Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs Battle Royale like out there, you can say, yeah, I'm a member of that YouTube channel, and the guy that's running it is part of a duo that's on top of it, you know. So you get to, that's another thing, just, and that costs you nothing but a sub, guys. That's just a sub. A sub is free to be a part of this journey. So, you know, it's something that we're doing for us, but we're definitely doing for you as well, so that you can feel like you're a part of something bigger, because who doesn't want to feel that way? And a lot of people mistake it for ego, but you can watch now 471 wins, and I repeatedly have the same themes on these streams: love, appreciation, respect, being humble, thankful, loving, and it's just like, that's why this is happening, not because I'm the best Pac-Man in the world because I did it. This is my skills. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Like, I'm gonna be able to do this in my sleep forever, and you're all doomed. Like, you sound like some sort of evil cartoon character. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, like, we're all interconnected, so I'm just doing this just as much as you're doing this. You're just like living vicariously through the accomplishment. I feel like the way when I watch some of the greatest speedrunners, I have heroes, and man, hero worship is so like passe, but I have heroes. You know, Ryu and Arcus, you guys do things in the speedrunning community that make me shiver when I see you accomplish it, because I know what it's like to try to do stuff. We have some speedruns that we mess around with and we're passionate about, and so like learning how to be calm, how to be humble, how to be thankful. I think that this phase in the game, I learned a lot of that from watching you guys, so thank you very much. I don't think that I would be the gamer that I am even the last 5 years had I not found your content, and you know, thank you for that. Those guys are awesome. They dial into speedrunning. So segueing that, there's going to be a Nintendo World Championships game coming out in a couple months that has a lot of stuff that's based on that. So I highly suggest you check that out. I'm sure we'll have massive coverage of that. Hopefully an unboxing of the physical edition, which I'm trying to locate right now. But that's coming out in a couple months, and it basically covers 13 of Nintendo's best titles, and they use the NES Remix treatment to give you leaderboard access to some accomplishments that is based on speedrunning aspects of those games and stuff, which is amazing to me. So you'll be able to then compete with other people on the Switch for supremacy in some of the best NES games of all time in certain aspects of speedrunning, where they dial it in where it won't even have to be like a completionist run. It might be like, beat this specific task in the fastest amount of time, and then it ranks your score against everybody else, and that's just awesome. It's like they're dialed into taking care of people like us that love that type of content, or somebody finally said, hey, this is how these people are making these older games still feel like they have weight and enjoy them, as they found different ways to enjoy them, which is what speedrunning, I think, you know, initially why it was birthed was because of that. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet because this is a little bit rough. Yep, it's a little bit rough. Oh. There we go. That's what I needed. I needed the life insurance. I think what I'm going to do is, like I said, it'll be probably 2 pack snacks in this sesh with a little bit of overflow. So that's what we'll start. Still hungry and forgot our manners, which is basically the overflow to these sessions, which will catch me up to what my goal is, which I think it would be to tie my next highest rival, so that when we do the sesh tonight, it'll be, you know, overtaking him or them, or, you know, not to misgender. You know, overtake them in the leaderboards by propping us up right up against them, so that in case they make some moves today while I'm at my shoot job and I come back, then I'll be able to actively race them this evening, as long as they're trying to compete or overtake whatever gains they made. And that's what it's about, guys. If you're trying to be actively competing in a leaderboard where a game like this, you can only hit so many wins in a day, it's important to keep your pace to try to hit what you want. Because ultimately you can only get about 18 wins in a 90-minute session, so those are highest quality wins of first place, not wins at 32nd place, which garners less experience points. So to min-max the whole thing, you'd have to get 18 first place wins every hour and a half, so that comes out to be about 6 per half hour or 12 per hour. I've already done all the math in that, so, you know, I can look at somebody and be like, okay, they're playing now, and I'm watching them rank up now, and so I have to, if whatever the amount of time that they play for that sesh, if I'm trying to not lose ground to them, I have to play for as long as and equal their level of play. That's what kind of level of dedicated arcade gamer I am, so I can do those type of computations and realize whether or not it's worth my time or whether or not I'm going to give up. And so that's why, you know, we started this, as I looked at it, immediately looked at pace, flipped through and kind of saw it, and then told myself based on the skill that I thought that this was an attainable goal and I wanted to reach it for us. So, you know, that's where we're at. Hopefully you're enjoying watching along with this, and I love being able to archive this footage for you. I feel at this point we're just kind of also video game historians in our own way. Shout out to Norm, and we're trying to continue to chronicle gaming history, and, you know, for prosperity and all perpetuity and historical references, we can talk about it and be able to have a snapshot of when this was part of gaming Americana. Blessed, humble, appreciative, and thankful to be a part of that, and I'm sure Bray is too, as is the Chief. At this rate, I might not do the spending video until I have enough to have 100,000 left, but that's crazy. We have 113,000 pack coins. We can buy everything in the shop if we wanted to, but since we are completely authentically Pac-Man and we don't doll up for these contests, we don't have any need to do that except for just to tout that we did it. But it's almost crazier tout just to say how many pack coins that you have, because I'm sure people use those as they get them to unlock cosmetics, and then, you know, you may deplete completely down to 0, and then, you know, buy all the cosmetics, or some people will never buy the cosmetics that they wouldn't intend to use. So, you know, those totals will be its own little neat little mini score, or kind of like a easy way for somebody to see how much you've played, besides the easily identifiable things such as your level and stuff like that. So cool. It's still cool. And you never know, if they do seasons, they could actually have more stuff in there for free to unlock or not. It could. I've heard complaints that it's the stuff that you unlock as pay. Well, there's already a very large amount to choose from that you can unlock with pack coins. So if they want to have a higher tier that you can pay for, that's kind of like us. You can unlock us for free by subbing or just watching, or if you want to be on a higher tier and jump on one of the memberships, you can. You do not have to, and everybody's just as valid and as important in the process. So, you know, that's kind of an allegory for that. If you want to pay the extra to have the skins for you know, Mr. Drill and all that, you can. If you don't want to do that, then it's not making the overall experience more expensive. That's something people also don't understand. If they're wanting to get their money either way, I would rather have the option to pay for the stuff than be told that, you know, we worked on this project like this, so we have to charge this much money and you have to get parts of it that you may not even want. So, you know, they may think that some of these IPs are so niche that they didn't want to add those as skins to bog down the store from experience from skins that you want to just easily identify and you know, feel out what they want to purchase. So you never know what they were thinking there. People just instantly go to they wanted money. Well, they do. I mean, they got to make their projects like it's like us. We don't want the money, but the money makes us make more projects. We want the money to be able to make more projects and eat better. We don't want it to buy a jet ski. I mean, we don't want it to go live in a penthouse. You know, we want to have a better laboratory. We want to have a better compound, a better gaming compound. We want to eventually one day prop up an esports team and be part of it ourselves and be able to have, you know, branded merchandise and, you know, go in there with our Vid-Bits gaming, you know, jumpsuits like we're all cool and stuff, and be Team Vid-Bits and go do some esports competition and, you know, be able to prop up some more niche ones and stuff. Like the dreams that we have here are big, guys. So like when you jump in and you help support that and that all happens, you know, you can literally say that, you know, we've been saying it recently, that you were on the right side of history when we started this journey, and that, you know, you're going to be able to say that you helped prop that up. And when it all happens, like, I don't know, I would have loved to have said that I was one of the first people that was propping Charlie up, or I was one of the first people that was propping like Mr. Beast up, or, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to be able to say that I was in the beginning of that. So we're trying to offer that to you while we're living it live, and we're going to still be doing it anyways. That's why I say that we're unapologetically, authentically us, because we would still be doing this anyways if we could not hit the button. We were just lucky enough that a couple months ago some things fell into place where we were able to get a better situation where we could stream more, and that just basically you know, fanned the flames, so to speak, of the fires of our content desire, creation desire, all that. Like, we weren't floundering, but we were focusing on long-term content and, you know, not necessarily getting the results that we wanted. So streaming is just so more accessible to being able to get it out maximum right now, pow boom. That's why I love streaming. It's maximum right now, pow boom, raw emotion, and you get one take and one shot. And so, you know, like the other day when I said I was going to win 100 games in a session and not lose a single one, I said that 8 minutes in, and then 8 hours later we were talking about how it happened. And if I would have screwed that up, like last night, or I'm sorry, this last session, the earlier session where I broke that streak and placed 11th, that could have happened any time during that called shot session, you know what I mean? And I never claimed that I was going to go undefeated as far as number ones every game, but that session I said I was going to do 100 stack as that. And, you know, there'll know people that'll try to like sub-qualify that as to the quality of that and whether or not I faced predominantly bots, which I probably did, but at the end of the day, you've seen some of those AIs and they're good. So it's just haters. Let them give you balance. Don't let them detract you or make you slip into doubt, because if not, you will find that you're just done. And when you're done, they win. So don't let them win. Going for a win, 475. Completely blessed to be in this position, guys. So thankful. You know, this has been really cool and really fun. It's only been about 8 days that we've had access to it at the Vid-Bits. We could have, you know, if we had our finger more on the pulse of this game, which is crazy that we didn't. Again, it doesn't make any sense why we didn't, because we're super Pac-Man fans here. But it, you know, when it came out, you could have gotten it a week early. So there's people that we're competing with that have been playing for 2 weeks, and we've been playing for 8 days combined. For about out of the 8 days, we have about 2 full days worth of logged and cataloged and databased gameplay of this game. So I think it's the most extensive database on YouTube right now, because I started from the tutorial and recorded all of it up through everything, and that to me is awesome too. So we got 3 guys in here. Here we go. 475, guys. 475. Sorry, I was just doing just had something I had to look at here. I'm feeling, if I'm feeling it out correctly, we probably will go right up to the, like I said, the rival's door. And I'm not saying their name or anything, but you'll see when I pull the list up, or you'll know if you watch the last stream. It's almost like a way for me to entice you to double back and check the last stream and see where we ended up and who we ended up propped up against. But my goal for this stream before I go to my shoot job is to prop up against that and tie that person. We'll see if they did any movement then, but I know the number, and I'm going to marry up against that number, and then we'll call the stream until I go do my shoot job, and then we'll come back tonight to push into unprecedented, amazing milestone territory. That's definitely something to look forward to. So I hope that you're as excited as I am to be able to provide that feat for you, and that you can see that you saw the next milestone in the journey. It's also just amazing to look at the leaderboards and just know that I can say stuff like that, because sometimes leaderboards are so sporadic, but since we're like doing something that you can only do, 12 games an hour, you can see wins, and like they have to put the time in, and those wins have to be 12 first place victories in an hour for them to min-max that amount of time, and that's with loading right into the game, getting right out of the next game, going into another one. Sometimes we have sessions that we've been doing that, and other times we've been more lackadaisical with it. Definitely trying to still prioritize mental and physical health and wellness, of course, because when you're doing gaming feats, those are important to balance. Most people will just go headfirst into it, and I'll tell you right now that that's not the way to go, because it's equivocal exchange, and you can't burn the candle at both ends for too long before you start to feel the effects of that. So just make sure that you hydrate, you stay, you meditate, and you keep yourself in a great frame of mind when you do things, but listen to those around you, take heed to your environment, make sure that you don't shill and neglect your responsibilities as well when you're doing these things, and I think that also balances out your energy for those things to accomplish them. So but I don't want to give you the number away, but it's going to be, we won't get right up to 500, but we'll be close, and like I said, we'll call the sesh, and then we will have an amazing episode of Game of Day May today, and you'll be able to enjoy that while you're anticipating the evenings, Friday evenings festivities, which is going to be an amazing Chomp Champs sesh, which is going to push us into unprecedented and amazing historical territory, and I'm going to be happy to have some firsts. That'll all happen tonight. Tell your friends, get everybody hyped. Make sure that you check out Game of Day May today and catch up on that playlist too. Some of the games that you're going to see there. Check out some of those while you're waiting to fill the time today. We definitely have a full day of Vid-Bits programming for you, regardless of whether or not it's actively being streamed throughout the course of the day, because we have so many videos in the can, guys. We have over 365 episodes of doing the Badgercade every day, but if you subtract that from our library total, you're going to see that there's about 500 videos, which is insane for 2 years of being on the tubes. And we even had some drought content, caught like a month or so here or there where we didn't put up any content, so like it's, if we would have been on the grind there too, or God, if streaming would have been active for us in an earlier and more consistent way, other than like how we were able to sporadically put it up, it would be amazing to see what type of amount of content we would have. But everything happens for a reason and in perfect time, so as long as you remain eligible, it's going to happen at the pace it should, and that's really what you should be more concerned about. It's not stressed about the rate of the output more than the quality of it, and making sure it happens in the frequency and the cadence and the timing and the quality that you care about. So what they say, all killer, no filler. Well, we don't have really any filler here. There's not an episode, there's nothing that we put up here just because we're like, there might be a couple of shorts that we put up there because they were topical, something that we were like poking around with, but you're not going to have us just like put up crash content and it's just like crap, and just you're not gonna have to wade through the content and not know where the meaty parts are. You can go through all of the playlists and decide what you want to hop in there. You can go in any of our videos and suggest stuff, and if it resonates with us, then we'll start that series, and you can know that we'll say, hey, due to the suggestion of so and so, we're starting this series. Like we already have some on the board. You know, we had somebody come in chat, Absurex, the other day. He's not a member per se, but he's a sub, and he came in the stream and suggested some indie titles that we hadn't really put on consideration, or some of it's in our backlog. So having somebody that was watching the stream and affecting the content, I mean, I don't know what more you could ask for to actually see the effect of your voice, the effect of your chatting, and you know, knowing that when you're taking the time to type those into those prompts and stuff, that we care about that information, that we you know, we utilize that, and it's not that you wasted your time and that you didn't get heard. Even when we get to the point where the streams are flying by, the chats are flying by so fast, hopefully we'll have some really great moderators in there. And also, I mean, when we have time downside, we'll go through and be able to screen those chats and start to, you know, respond to people and stuff as much as we can, as long as it doesn't detract from being able to create the content for you guys. But we just want to make sure that your voices are heard here. There's nothing more sad than thinking that you have the reach to at least give your favorite creator some props besides money. Just give them some props, and then they don't even respond to you because they're just so big. They're just so big, or they just think that you have alternative motive, or that you're trying to, they're so worried about you cross branding with them and stuff and all this other stuff. And like, those are problems that you can have in the future and that we may have in the future, but we're not worried about resolving those anything other than the way that they're supposed to be, which is just, you know, in your favor, in the favor of, like, you know, the content and the love and the appreciation first and foremost, and the money will come, instead of worrying about making the content for the money and then be frustrated when it doesn't happen. It's just like, when you don't expect any and then you get some, it's amazing, instead of expecting a lot and then not getting it. I guess that's pretty much what I'm saying. Like, we're happy stacking pennies here right now, and one day it will be dimes, but we'll go back and think of the fond days of when it was pennies, and we'll be happy that it was pennies. You know, who gets paid to game nowadays? You have to be really good, or you have to be really dedicated, or, you know, you unfortunately flounder on YouTube and you do the creation thing and you don't get monetization, so you're not getting paid for it. And like, if we would have still kept doing the grind and never hit those goals, we would still be putting the content up, guys, because that's what you're supposed to do. If anything else, it's like why people used to have camcorders back in the day. You want to have, you know, your perspective of that memory, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's what Bray's trying to do, is we're having a great archive and a codex and an abbey of our memories, you know, on YouTube. And so instead of having to like record the gameplay for no reason and just like keep it on my shelf, we get to have it virtually database so other people can see it, and we can learn and live and love through it, and grow and tech and strat and all that stuff through it. And it's awesome. Like, it's a communal thing, because there's so many people that would develop a strategy for a game and then not share it. Or you can go on like me and Bray's DuckTales speedrun videos and see some tech for the game that I haven't seen other people actuate the same way, that have higher placing on the leaderboards than we do for the speed run on it. And so like, they could even probably do even better if they wanted to study our tech, but their ego is so high that they don't, or that it doesn't register, and then they're not going to hit their maximum potential. And unfortunately, those people are also gatekeeping some of the secrets that's preventing us from reaching our maximum potential, because if we knew how to actuate those things and we weren't trying to actively figure them out, we would be even higher on those leaderboards than we are. And we're top 10 speedrun on DuckTales for the Disney Afternoon Collection. And it's like, to me, when I watched the commercials for DuckTales as a kid, the video game, or played the NES game, or watched the cartoon, to me, to ever think that one day my name or my son's name or our channel's name would be attached to that, you know, a record that had to do with an amazing game by Capcom, is just, it was a dream, you know, it was a fever dream, and it's reality right now. And as soon as we break those barriers, as far as like things that we can't actuate right now because we can't talk to the people that are doing it and what they're doing, and or having them explain the tech to us, as soon as we break those tech barriers, then, you know, we're going to climb even further in those ranks. But that's the awesome thing about speedrunning, and, you know, refining and honing in tech is like, that's what speedrunning is. But refining and honing in tech is kind of like what gaming is in general. When you're trying to get better, you die at a level, you learn why you died, you try not to die there again. Same thing with speedrunning, you learn how to maximize the section, you do precision inputs, you know, amazing micromanage your precision inputs, and then you try to refine that time. So Fall 77. It's crazy. Like I think I'm gonna prop myself up against my next rival, and then I'll be gone for like an 8-hour period or so. And you know, it's amazing to think that even if they decided to play for the 8-hour period that I'm gone, you know, when I come back, I'm gonna start playing again, and they'll probably be signing off for the night. So like that's where you're at, is trying to find out where your rivals are on these boards and kind of dictating based on how their score moves, what their playing pattern is, knowing that we're all pressuring each other to do, you know, epic, excellent epic and legendary lengths of streams to be able to do that. And if you didn't know, epic, an excellent stream is somewhere between 3 to 5 hours. A epic stream is 7 to 9 hours, and a legendary stream for us is topping out at the maximum amount of bandwidth that they allow us to have in a single upload, which is 256 gigabytes of data, or 11 hours and 55 minutes, whatever is more. So, you know, these people will have to do those type of feats to be able to stay competitive, versus I'm trying to like time out, and I'll do a pack snack or a couple of those, or I'll gauge out what I need to do based on when the timing of all the other activities, including, you know, the Vid-Bits programming schedule, to make this happen, as opposed to just sit here for 16 hours, 18 hours, you know, an unhealthy 24 hours, you know, which some people are going to see that and be like, yeah, that's what I want to do because I want that record. Man, that's the mentality I had 48 hours ago, and now, like, luckily, because I'm being very susceptible to the process and trusting the process, I'm like naturally being led as to when those sessions are, so that I can keep my mental health and my physical health and the channel's health the priority while we do this feat. So that's my reminder to you, and you're going to hear that throughout these streams and the roads to number one, because I think it's also, this whole thing is going to end up being like a magnum opus allegory for, you know, mental health and video game preservation and all the different topics that we talk about. You know, it'd be fun to annotate all the different things that we talk about during the course of the, you know, week's worth of time, or whatever it's going to take total to get to number one. So hopefully that you're okay with that. If not, I apologize. If you still want to like watch these with me muted because I'm too preachy at times, I get it, but I have to sometimes keep myself active, and depending on what time I'm streaming, it can be very tiresome, and I don't want to fall asleep and like lose my streak because of that. So there's other times that it's that, but then there's just times, because I'm an empath and I'm kind of manic and tangent-y, I will go on tangents about something that I'm passionate about, and almost always that's been about you guys being the best you guys you can be, and prioritizing you guys living your dreams, because I'm showing you what that does, and that's why I'm doing it. I'm using the medium, Embrace using the medium that we've been blessed enough to give, or to get to give back, instead of just like use it selfishly. If we didn't have the tools to do this, we wouldn't be able to give you guys the platform to learn that you could do it. I mean, I've talked to so many people in public about it recently. It's like become a mission statement to get people motivated and fired up to start actuating on the shit, because we spend so much time. Me and Bray spent from him being 12 to 16 talking about it, and didn't actuate until he was 16. Like, that's insane to me. I don't know. Like, if I want to eat a delicious apple, I'm not gonna like wait forever to do it. I'm gonna go to the store and buy it, or if I can't do that, I'm gonna go find a way to source it, or I'm gonna grow a tree, at least, you know, while I'm going to peruse the market to buy one and think about how I can get them my own. I'm gonna start actuating, but I'm not gonna just keep talking about it. And we did for 4 years about, man, I wish we could do that. That's my dream. That's my dream too. I know, me too. And it was like 4 years of stuff that we could have had. Even if it was like a couple things a year, still 4 years of something that we could have built. And instead we were like thinking, we were doubting each other. We were doubting the process. We were doubting the reach, and that's not why you do it. You do the thing just to do it, and then you get the results. You know, that's the main takeaway from maybe at least this snack pack, or this specific pack snack, and within it is just to know that, you know, actuation of your intention is the most important way to get result. It sucks because propping myself right up against this person is gonna prevent me from possibly being like the fourth person or fifth person to reach 500 wins, and it's just like I'm looking at the time management, and there's part of me that's gonna possibly want to push to 500 wins if I can do it, just because I want to make sure that we hit that milestone before we're in the top 5 people that did it. You know what I mean? Like there's part of me that wants to do it. So when I prop myself up against him, I'll see, and there's a chance that will be still hungry, and I forgot my manners, and we'll do the overflow. It just really depends on if I can min-max the rest of this time, minimize breaks and stuff like that, so I can get it done before I have to go to my shoot job. I do have travel time and stuff to consider there, but I'm trying to like do the logistics. It's the reason why when you see me running these routes and like you see me missing these guys by half of an inch or half of a centimeter in the lane, and I'm still going for it. It's that mentality right there, you know, staying in your lane, you know, believing in yourself, that type of thing. So, you know, that's also kind of like an allegory for time management. I have to like look at consider every factor, and then decide what I'm going to do versus what I want to do. So, what I want to do is I want to hit 500 wins before my rival that's like right next to me. What I'm going to do is what unfortunately I can do based on time management, and they don't always have a one-on-one correlation. Like, and it's an ego thing to say I want to be the first person to like hit this milestone, but it's also, I guess, an ego thing to say I want to be number one, but somebody's already number one, so all I'm trying to do is alleviate the pressure of them being number one from them. And put it on our backs for a little while. I am already number one on PlayStation in the North American Eastern Division though in this game, so we definitely have our something that we can tout that we've hit so far as a milestone, which is amazing. We just got to stay in our lane and continue to push forward so that we don't see who's behind us, because we don't want to spend too much time doing that. It's not going to be, it's not going to lend ourselves to getting good games, and God, that was dumb. Holy crap, guys. Jeez. Jeez. There we go. There's some life insurance. Man, when I don't have a ×1 up there in the upper left corner, you can see like the degree of stress change. And sometimes that goes along with the tangents that I'm on, because I am multitasking too much, thinking about formulating what I want to say, and also trying to do all the computations in this game, so... That's hilarious, though. Hey Matthew, I see you on the big chat. I don't have the moderator stream refresh, so give me a moment after this match and I'll be able to refresh that and see why I'm not seeing messages. But definitely appreciate to have you. I know that you joined me earlier this morning in the Eastern AM and saw that we got from 4 to 450, but I know that you said you wanted me to play a little bit more before I went to work, and yeah, that's where we're at. So let's see here. There we go. There you are. Now I see you. Good to have you in chat, Matthew. Let's see here. See, if we keep going to 500, we could potentially be the 4th person to hit it. So like, time management wise, I'm looking at the time. I'm going for it, guys. I'm going for it. That's what's gonna happen. I'm looking at the time management. I might be able to do it. I'm going for it. I'm gonna end this stream on 500 wins. That way I have eclipsed my rival, unless I mean I haven't checked, so when I refresh the board they could still have been playing 2 and then done it first, but I'm gonna like not even take a moment to look at that. I'm just looking at a snap of the last one, and I'm gonna push to 500 so we can say that we're the 4th person to hit the 1,000 mark. We can literally say, for historical purposes, we were the 4th people to do that. And I have some other great feats like that. Shout out Seth, our old school rock band, 2 band Kicking Shadows was a duo, and we were the 2nd duo to reach max score or beat the endless set list or whatever on Rock Band 2. We were the 2nd people to do that globally as a duo. So like, I mean, I am used to having these firsts. And to me, to be able to say that we were the 4th team to ever do it, the fourth player to ever do it, and also it will make another thing happen. So I don't want to talk about that. That just would mean that we'll title the stream tonight a little bit differently. Yeah, I started this stream on 50. It's another 50 pack. Apparently, it wasn't going to be, but then I kind of just did the metric, and again, when I log in and check the leaderboard, I could not possibly hit the mark that I'm going for, but I'm going for another unsaid mark, so that at the end of this, I can tout another thing to give you guys some hype going into the next session. I've been trying to also be like the hype man too, to get you guys as hyped as I am about the milestones we're hitting, so that you can, follow along on the journey and everything and feel like you're a part of it. It's very important as far as like the momentum of the journey for you to feel like you're a part of it. So yeah, Matthew, I did shout you out earlier too for being the lone person in the last 50 pack. It was very appreciated that you hung out with me and kept me motivated, and counting down streaks and stuff like that. And I was talking about the importance of people realizing that even just as a subscriber, how important and appreciated you are. So thank you for hopping back in this stream and getting to see the last bit of it. But make sure, like I told you earlier today, to check out the Game of Day May project. I'm not quite sure what Bray has on the docket. He likes, when I'm making him solo those, he kind of likes to leave me surprised so that I can, be very authentic with my reactions to it. Because a lot of these games that he's soloing are games on the list that I've played before, or if he's soloing it and it's a single player experience, he's soloing it strictly so I can experience it on my own too, and not be influenced by what he says about it or his first impression of it or whatever, because there's a chance it's not even his first impression of it. It's a chance it's a game that he loves too and is adamant about, but he knows that I haven't played it yet, and he doesn't want to like ruin like some of the surprising, the pacing, the momentum, stuff like that, kind of like I did with Red Dead. I wanted to replay that game since Red Dead 2 came out, because that kind of just failed to, in my mind, just failed to not be, it failed to be what I wanted it to be. So I was ready just to jump back into Red Dead, and I thought, no, Bray hasn't played this. I don't know when I'm going to have time to play this, strictly not around him. So I didn't want to do that, because I didn't want to mar that experience for him. And then if you go back and you watch the first impression of him doing a 5-hour intro of that series, you can see that if he would have watched me play that those impressions would have been influenced by things that he saw during my playthrough, and not necessarily authentically how he felt about the game. So we do take those things into consideration. We don't want to per se have a lot of the projects on Game Day may be solos or whatever, but when it's a situation where we're also trying to not ruin a game for ourselves and give you guys an opinion that's completely authentic, then it requires us to put the circumstances in place to make that a possibility. So hopefully you guys understand that. We do love doing projects together. As far as Game of Day May goes, we do lots of other projects together. I mean, that's the backs of the channel, is us doing stuff together. We just do separate projects as well to fill the time, and also so that we can shift the thing, because we work at full time. So, when I'm at my shoot job, he's doing content. When he's sleeping, I'm doing content. When we're together after work, we're doing content together when we can. So it's such a great thing to have a partner like that, to be able to do that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I can't express my gratitude enough that it makes it so that this writes itself, guys. I say that all the time. We're blessed enough to be in a situation where, because we're eligible, this stuff all writes itself every day. We come in the lab, we turn the buttons on, we push the buttons, and we make you happy, hopefully, and we try to make ourselves happy. And it just writes itself, and we're so blessed and thankful and appreciative to be in that situation. Trying to do the math in my head, and I think I'm going to be able to do it. I'll be able to just hit that 500, and if I do hit that 500 and I don't if I don't lose another first place match, literally the 11th place match in the middle of the stream this morning is going to be the one loss in like the last 200 something matches, which is crazy. Yeah. Hell yeah, man. We'll love you to drop some chiefs in chat, Matthew. I appreciate that, you know, and then you'll be able to start your membership streak and all that good stuff so that people will be able to see your own personal attachment to the journey as well, which I guess that's the coolest thing about membership streaks. I always used to think they were kind of gaudy, but, you know, it does basically show legacy of interest, which to me is awesome. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, and, you know, it's cool when we say chiefs in chat, and the people that are in chat that can throw chiefs in chat, throw them up. I mean, it's our dream to one day when we say, and it will happen when we'll say throw chiefs in chat, and it's just gonna be like crazy, or we won't even say it, and you guys will just be throwing chiefs in chat. And our 4-year-old Siberian Husky has more outreach than a lot of dogs do, and he's not like that dog that we're trying to do Instagram with, and we're not dressing him up and making YouTube videos with him or anything. We're just like saying, hey, we got a dog, and he's kind of vocal sometimes when we play games, so he's definitely part of this, and his swagger is off the charts, and his energy is amazing. So, you know, when you guys share that, it's infectious for us. We smile from ear to ear when we see him. So it's really cool that kind of organically helped itself out, and it's just not like 4 different icons of our graphic for our logo or something like that. And it's amazing that it kind of, again, organically worked itself out. Bray kind of had an epiphany, and it was easy for him to do that, whereas he's like, we had to come up with emojis, and I'm like, oh shit, and like then I didn't have to have another discussion with them. They were already done. And yeah, some of them will phase out and be replaced and stuff eventually, but there'll be different seasons of the emojis, and you know, that'll be something that's cool too. Chief doesn't play nice with posing him around and stuff. Like, you know, I've said before, I'd love to put a bandana on him or whatever, and I just don't think that he's a bandana dog, as cute as I might think that he would look in it. I think that he'd be like, Daddy, what's this bandana doing on my neck? It doesn't do anything for me positively except for make me hotter, so take it off. This is also my time to remind you to hydrate yourself. Please imbibe some sort of liquid refreshment, cold, warm, whatever. You know, in this case, we're drinking some vapor distilled water with some electrolytes added. It's I know it sounds bougie, but it's very affordable. We're drinking a generic brand, and you know, not sponsored, so we don't ever really tout what brand, but I mean, it's affordable. We don't even go like the highest class. We just go the most accessible with the greatest taste and, you know, accessibility. And it's amazing what happens when you start to replace beverages in your life that are predominantly liquid candy, and start to give yourself a little bit more appreciation for your health and a little bit more respect for your health. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to limit it to drinking water. You can drink you know, whatever you want when you need to hydrate, but just know that, you know, your body's going to love you a little bit more if you put some water in there sometime. That dub was brought to you by water. Chief right now is tap dancing upstairs on the kitchen floor, so that means he's probably following Bray around as he does a little bit of choring, and I just hear his little toes tippity tapping on the floor up there. So I'm assuming he's like prowling around. He might be messing around with the cat, you know, that kind of stuff. But he's like the tap dancing dog. Unfortunately, like if you like hover like a carrot stick or a treat or whatever, he like will, you know, do a little dance for you because he's so excited to have it. So since we have like that linoleum floor upstairs or whatever, and his little nails clickety clack on there, it's adorable. Yeah, he's really old. It's a long-haired gray cat. His name is Smokey. He was an outside cat. We found. It just seemed to me like he was out of place, and somebody had just displaced him, like decided to move and not take him with him, because he was very well groomed and very healthy for being an outside cat. And we're talking about roaming outside like that for months. So I almost think he was frequenting several houses, and eventually my grandmother decided that she wanted to take him in because she just was, it was getting cold out, and he had been hanging around our house more and more, which made me think that if he was an outside cat for somebody else, that they decided to give up on him, which is just so sad. Didn't even like take him to a shelter or try to rehome him. They just left him outside. He was like very beautiful, and like as a long-haired cat, you'd think that because you're outside that you'd be a scrapper and you get mangy and everything else. So it just made me believe that he was like frequenting different houses in the neighborhood, and then unfortunately whoever his real home was either neglected to keep him, or maybe he ran, I don't know, maybe he ran away. But it was very weird. I don't see a large amount of cats out in the wild that looked as beautiful and put together as him, so I think that was another reason why my grandmother wanted to quote unquote rescue him from his outside life. Okay, Harder Alley, you can not be hanging out here this early. You can get out of my house. That's my house. No. Okay, I shouldn't have gone for that. I don't say I make you guys sweat intentionally, but stuff like that, I shouldn't have gone for that. Why'd I just hang there? Like, I doubled back and then I hung there. That was horrible, guys. Ugh. No! Oh boy, that was the detrimental, what happens when you try to steal a dang extra guy from somebody else's maze that you don't need move. Ever since we became Chomp Champ, it's just been really hard to find real players right now because they're I believe it's just a division of skill and they don't want to intimidate them. So I don't save dazers as long as I used to because I haven't been fighting people in the end of the maze right now for a while. So it's important to utilize those where you can. You'll see so many games where I pick up a dazer and the game's over and I didn't even use it, but it's definitely one of those things that you want to have an auxiliary in case you either find a real pack in another maze, or you want to be able to clean up the maze properly, or in that case, like, look at that guy. I'm gonna have to bounce out of this real quick and see why that didn't update. Drop some Smokey. He's just not, I mean, it's not that he's not adorable to look at, but he's getting older, and unfortunately I think he's a little blind in one eye, and he is a little camera shy, but maybe that's possible. Don't want to 100% marry to it, but it's possibly possible. Probably doesn't hurt once in a while just to close the game and refresh just to make sure that it's still doing its thing. But I think it wasn't tabulating a couple wins, and I need to know that. I don't want to go over 500. I want to end exactly on 500 for this stream, so that tonight the stream has some legs based off of that. Yeah, it didn't tabulate a win, so 18 more to go. Like I said, we call that a pack snack here, which is 18 to go. It takes about an hour and a half, so that's about how much longer you'll be hanging out with me. I have to. Yeah, it counted. But yeah, we got 18 more to go, so we call that a pack snack. 18 dubs. We're gonna do 18 more. Pardon me. It'll end up in this session will end up being 50, which is basically 2 pack snacks, almost 3. And you know, we can also effectively call it 2 pack snacks and the overflow, which is still hungry and forgot your manners. That's what we'll get the you know, the other 14, but that's so close to another pack snack, I might as well just call it, you know, a 50 pack or whatever. Just trying to find ways to market these things in future, so that we can find ways to get that out there to in the way that you want to imbibe it, be it 90-minute sessions, 4-hour sessions, 5-hour sessions. We got 8-hour sessions. I'm gonna have all the different degrees on the road to the top. Not only the fact that, you know, you can throw the playlist in the background and just, like, you know, over the course of several days catch up and make me happy too, just for you to do that as well. So yeah, I don't know, it wrote itself. A pack snack being 18 wins, it's 6 wins per half an hour, 3 of those in an hour and a half, and about an hour and a half is the average length of a common movie nowadays. So I wanted to find a way to make it, like, you know, so you can volumize it. And also for future editors that will be helping us with the project and stuff like that, just to discern it. But yeah, 18 more dubs. We're going to get 18 more dubs and call it a sesh, and then see where we're at. And I believe that we'll hit some amazing milestones. And then we will be back tonight to push ourselves to basically blast off from Earth and into the stratosphere with the elite of this game, and start pushing our way into trying to be number 1. That's very important that you understand that we have to stay on the grind. Hopefully you're not getting tired of this content. If you are, I apologize, not trying to alienate any of our fan base, but I figured, you know, if you're here already, you want to be here, you know what we're about, you know what we do, and you're ready to be number 1 with us as far as being the number 1 ranked chomp champ in the world. So I can't wait till we hit that milestone. It's exciting. I get myself hyped up every time I talk about it, because that stream, when it happens, when it's going to be like the stream I had from 300 to 400, where I had the pressure of an 8-hour stream, getting 100 first place victories in a row without a loss. And, you know, when I did that, if you hear me, I'm hoarse, I'm screaming, I'm exasperated. It's like, so when we hit that milestone of finally getting number 1, like, it's going to be amazing, guys, and I'm going to be so thankful to be there. So thank you very much again, Bandai Namco, for making such an amazing game, and all the titles that you put the time into, regardless of all the negativity and that people may associate with that because of whatever personal reasons. I appreciate the time and the effort that you guys have put in for this and all the projects. So this maze here, guys, is one of the ones I'm considering as the new home base. When I do hit 500 wins, the first thing we're going to do in that session is use one of the free, use another one of the free maps. I'm not going to use one that I paid for, because I'm trying not to buy anything else in the eShop, or not the eShop, but the pack shop, until I can make that some sort of, you know, thing. So people watch me spend all of my pack coins and buy everything in the pack shop type thing, because I really don't care, because I'm not rocking any skins. But I do think, unfortunately, the sushi maze, since we've rocked that now, it'll be over 400 over 500 games. I don't know if people are necessarily tired of looking at it. I guess I am a little tired of looking at it. So now that I know I have, like, this is gonna be awesome. I like this one. This is a great one for Halloween and stuff. You know, there's some other ones that are awesome, but I'll have to use one of the ones that I don't purchase, because the only concession I made was I purchased the sushi one, and I purchased the rarest glasses just as a flex. But I'm, you know, when I do that stream where I buy all the stuff in the pack shop, that'll really be everything, and then we can switch mazes and stuff based like that. But I'm not gonna skin up, guys. If you want to see that happen, that'll be like a membership thing or a dono thing, and it'll be in the form of elimination games. It will never be ranked. You will never see me do that ranked. And it may even be on a I don't know. It may even be on an alt account. It tells you how many times you played with skins on and stuff, and I just like the fact that the only things I did was pop them on accidentally in the cosmetic shop and not actually go into a game with them. It makes it so that, you know, our gimmick here is that we are Pac-Man in a sea of people pretending to be, and that's why when we hit number 1, it's going to be also amazing that, you know, that can be part of the story, is that we hit number 1 without being all dolled up, and we got to be number 1 as Pac-Man in his game, while everybody else is trying to be number 1, the number 1 chomp champ. and we literally are Pac-Man, but our account's not named Pac-Man, it's named the Vid-Bits. So, you know, shout out to Pac-Man though. Love that you're doing your great PR tour. I've seen some of your fun videos on YouTube. I hope that, you know, you are susceptible to hanging out and we can high five and get the photo op. I can't wait for that to happen. It's just amazing that you can think about dreams like that, because, you know, if you don't dream big, guys, you'll never achieve them. And like stuff like this, being competitive in a global scale on a game that has the IP attached to it, such as Pac-Man, which is just amazing, is a blessing. So we have to look at stuff like that in life where, you know, be thankful for what you have and thankful for what you can accomplish and stay humble. Pack snack, pack and snack, pack snack, pack snack. I guess 90 minutes isn't really a snack. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I guess I call it that based on the grand scheme of how long a stream can be. If a stream can be 12 hours and we just go over an hour, that's a snack. You know what I mean? You want a legendary stream, you get an 11-hour and 55-minute stream that only timed out because YouTube said you can't have 12 hours and you try to end on 12 hours and 5 minutes. And then you don't catch the end of a dub. That's the only dub that we don't have recorded, is because we lost it to stream. It's kind of crazy. I thought about that. That's the end of that is a dub. Yeah. It's a little frustrating, but I don't stress it because, you know, there was no spoofing or smurfing or anything else, and, you know, we still didn't get that loss on that. And luckily, you don't think that that's a disconnect, but it's sucky that tried to end on a round number and we weren't sure on the epic stream. We weren't sure. You know, it didn't catch because we weren't savvy to how long we were allowed to upload and how long when it would cut off. I just thought it was 12s, but we know now. So that those when we do legendary streams, they'll probably start to taper down about at 11:50 so that we can round out an even number. But like I said, we're rounding up on this session at 500, and then we will be back later for the, you know, launch into the stratosphere, so to speak. But after this session later today, you'll be able to catch up with Bray in another episode of Game of Day May. Again, I'm not spoiling what that is because I'm not quite sure what he has on the docket, but I know that there is a couple different ones because the solo projects are different than the dual projects. When I do these long sessions and stuff and I'm on my shoot job, he's trying to do those projects that he's not wanting me to be spoiled per se, or, you know, that way I can still enjoy it myself or whatever if he's gonna to run it, because he's ran it before. Most of the time, if neither of us ran it and we have nostalgia, that's where you'll find that be a first impressions video, and I highly suggest you check that out. Bray's got his first impressions of the first 5 hours of Red Dead Redemption on there that we did the other day, and then ultimately the jump off point for this series is the first impressions of this game, and it's kind of blossomed into what you're seeing now, where I, you know, at the beginning of last week, about 8 days ago, started playing this game, and now I've got over 48 hours into it. Over the course of 7.5, 8 days. We did not get early access here at the Vid-Bits. We started playing the 8th, I think, or the 9th, which is, you know, a week after everybody that paid $10 more had option to play. So some of these people that are higher up on the leaderboards are people that paid to have access to play it early. It's not a pay to win, so like they still put in the time, but unfortunately we were not given the ability because we weren't knowledgeable to pay $10 extra to get to play a week early and start to make our moves. I don't think that it would have meant as much anyways, so I think I've said that a couple times now, that if we would have had, you know, that happen, then it wouldn't have meant as much, because then there wouldn't be a chase. I would just be on top of the leaderboard, you know, just trying to stay on top. Now, like, getting there and then the journey of trying to stay on top for whatever and seeing people compete against us is going to be the next leg of the content when we finally do get number one. So, like, there's more available after we do that, you know what I mean? And then eventually fatigue will set in and I'll let somebody have it, guys. Like, it's not one of those situations where I'm gonna like want to stay number one forever. Especially that's why I'm trying to brand the smaller servings of this content, so that when we do hit number one, hopefully I just have to do a pack snack and just play in 18 games, because, you know, the person that's trying to, jump us in the leaderboard, we start to get our fingers on the pulse of that. We play every day, right? So when they make moves, knowing that they can only win 18 matches every hour and a half, or for an easier accessibility, 12 matches an hour, we'll be able to see pace and we'll be able to see pace and dictate how we should play to marry against pace. Bray right now is doing some choring. You're a responsible young lad. He knows that while I'm in the lab producing, that there's things that need to be done around the house that I don't necessarily want to have to, do all my own. So he does some choring when I'm doing streams sometimes, and so he also is probably doing some mental gymnastics about the programming schedule. We are, we're OCD a little bit. We have very attention to detail, and we're always going to be hardest on ourselves. So sometimes he wants to make sure that he's got all of the ins and outs of his projects lined up. So I'm sure he's doing a lot of that. But yeah, I'm sure he appreciates to know that you want to clock what he's doing, because he's chomping at the bit, so to speak. No pun intended, to get into Game of Day Made today. But like I said, he knows that instead of me doing a 100-piece session, it was better for me to do 50 and then sleep and then try to do what I could do before work. So we're in a flow state where we're very easily able to work with each other's schedules to still meet our goals. But yeah, he's just chilling, getting himself hyped up for his Game of Day May episode today and stuff like that kind of stuff. Plus, I never know, like, we have so many things cooking together, but we also both individually have things cooking that we don't tell each other about. So I don't know if there's any of that going on too, any of the inner machinations of Bray's mind and what kind of things he may be trying to do. I know that he's on cloud 9 from beating Nameless King yesterday, that's for damn sure. Awesome. I kind of figured that, like, I had the Nameless King stream on at my shoot job, and my boss was walking around, and like I had it propped up against my sales station, and he was just watching it, and like he was in awe because he's not able to actuate the gameplay either, but he was able to live vicariously through Bray. And like I was in the middle of doing some sort of task or sale or something, and that's when Bray downed him. And then my boss literally, as much as he claimed that he wasn't invested, like ran over to me, like, I beat it. It was just so cool. Like, like he wanted to feign interest, like, that game's dumb, but then like he got invested, and I was like, oh, so I catch you glimpsing it every so often. He's like, yeah, I'm kind of invested now. I'm like, that's it, like, we want you to live vicariously through us. And for a person like me that played Kingsfield on the original PlayStation and had like the amazing time of like wandering around and knowing that it wasn't like linear, but then like the scariness of wandering in the wrong place and dying right away and all that other stuff, like the origins of the series, it was just too difficult for me. It was a rental, you know what I mean? Like I didn't buy the game because I thought, I'm gonna be frustrated if I don't feel a real sense of accomplishment here. And it's kind of funny that that would be the birthplace of the Soul series, and like the sense of accomplishment is like basically beating your head against the wall over and over again until you figure it out. Like it's the definition of insanity. This isn't working. What do I need to do to refine the process to make it work? And when you can watch in real time the gears of somebody's mind and see the refinement of tech, and we would see people in chat be like, you're getting it. It's because they're watching him get it. They're watching him formulate a better strat. Chat's helping him formulate a better strat. We get guys in the chair that'll come in and be like, I beat this and this is what I did. He could go on YouTube right now and look up the next part he's gonna do and do whatever somebody else did. That's not Bray. We're unapologetically us. So Bray is going to find a way to do it his way. So he would rather anybody that's interacted with the content and beat it be the person giving him the knowledge than just looking up a YouTube strat video. Now, don't get me wrong, if it gets to the point where we don't get a guy in a chair, he is going to get some tech, because God, he doesn't want to hit a wall, is the definition of insanity, right? So we're not utilizing the tech, like, because me saying that is almost by proxy telling you not to ever use our videos as tech, and we almost make some of these exclusively for that as well. So it's like kind of like a byproduct of the experience. So like for us to say don't watch people's videos to learn how to get better, that's not true. Like, but then a guy like me that's never beat the original Ninja Turtles and know that a guy like Ryu or Arcus or anybody can like crush that game, and as much as I love their speedruns, I won't watch that because I don't want to watch what they did with the game that I haven't overcome my personal journey with it. Ninja Gaiden, haven't overcome my personal journey with it. You know what I mean? Like, and you can either have things the easy way or the hard way, and the easy way to me is to watch somebody beat the game that I've been just grinding away for 30 years and just watch their tech and then beat it because I've watched their tech. Like, that's for newer games that I'm stuck on that I paid $70 for. That's what that's for, because I have nostalgia for them and I'm only getting in them now, and I would only do that when it hit a wall where I feel like now my money is wasted because I can't get past it. That's really why these things existed in the first place, is for people that bought a game, couldn't get past it, and then they called a hotline or they looked in a tip magazine to get past it, and those things were able to exist because there was a need for it. Somebody hit a wall and somebody have to bring up a codex or a bible of all the different tech of that game and walk them through it. They may not even have done it themselves, but you know, Nintendo was creating these great guidebooks and these great you know, it's basically 3-ring binders with a bunch of hole punch pages on every game, and they had to flip through and like, oh, you're in a Fazanadu and you're stuck here, well, this is what you need to do, that kind of stuff. So you know, it's so important for the culture for people to be doing Let's Plays and streams and stuff, so you can watch tech and, you know, they may not even know that they're vicariously helping you, but you can be watching a playthrough because it's a game that you're passionate about, and watch people get past a part that you couldn't, and it could possibly push you to get past it yourself. Like, we had somebody at stream that had never beaten Nameless King, and they watched Ray do it, and that person literally got to ride the momentum and live vicariously through the final blow as if they were doing it themselves, and now they may be motivated. They could have played it yesterday. They could have stopped watching the stream and loaded it up, and like, now you're done, dude, because I watched Bray and I'm fired up, you know what I mean? But God, though, then there's also people that watch that boss will never be able to do it. They will never be able to do it, but they will be able to live vicariously through that win, and then the rest of the wins to play through, and those are the people that we want clicking on that playlist. Matthew says, can't wait to watch the stream of Bray absolutely beating Dark Souls. He's too good. I mean, for as far hearing how hard that game is, as far as in chronological standpoint, he's basically doing it as like the training for Elden Ring. So, and also shameless plug, look out for that. The DLC drops I think the 21st of June. So he's like trying to get himself paced. I think he's got 36 days to get married up into Elden Ring to be ready to do that DLC, to be topical with everybody else. So I know that, you know, he's either going to feel comfortable doing that, or we will push it back because we're not going to force content. But I think that, you know, I'm putting pressure on him too, and I feel bad for that, but I know that he's capable of it. So I feel like if I don't, you know, if we don't put pressure on each other, sometimes we don't hardly ever, because we know that we're both going to actuate. But like, I'm putting a little bit of pressure on him to, you know, to stretch his stretch his imagination as to when he was going to do that. Or I don't think we were so headfirst in the game a day May, I think that he forgot how quickly that was coming up, you know. So it's like now his back's against the wall to finish Dark Souls 3 and then to get some Elden Ring content in with you guys so that you can like get ready for that DLC. But it's going to be amazing. If they only are doing one, then it's fine. It looks amazing. You know, to me, don't put all your eggs in the DLC basket if you could be using that towards part 2. You know, so people can be like, oh, that's the only DLC. Well, the game's already amazing, already super fleshed out, and the fact that you're getting any DLC that didn't need to happen. So you're getting any DLC that could have been reserved for a part 2. Just consider yourself blessed and stop being butthurt about it. Elden Ring, though, on the other hand, I think I will throw my name in the hat to mess around with that. I don't know what that'll probably be on the Pops Plays channel. The Pops Plays channel is when you see me mod, when there's series that Bray's already doing or that I'm already doing. Mainly if it's Bray's already doing, or like say we did it and I want to do more of it, that's what'll be on Pops Plays. That way you can kind of like see more of it, but not have it clog up your feed as far as the Vid-Bits go, because sometimes when we're done with something, we're done with something. Like right now we're pretty much tentatively done with Borderlands 1, unless unless a member, you know, provokes a little bit of it, or you know, we get like a super chat or a dono and they're like, really love that Borderlands 1 content, want to see you do some more side missions, that type of stuff. You know, if not, then it's kind of gonna rest for right now, and if anything else, we'll probably be pushing more towards doing Borderlands 2. But you know, when we say that you help curate the content, then we're talking about, you know, somebody pings Borderlands 1 and says, hey, you guys didn't do some of these side missions, and some of these are my favorite missions, are you didn't kill this crazy uniquely named skag and go for this orange drop, or even like, hey, you guys need this legendary weapon and this is where it drops and we want to see you grind that area for a little bit. That would either be a video for members only, so that's an enticement for you guys to jump in the membership tier, or it will be on Pops Plays if it's something that we've already finished as the Vid-Bits and I want to keep playing it and then still upload it. But that kind of stuff is so far in the rear view, as opposed to continuing on the mission to finish Game of Day May, continue to follow up with all the series that we're going to end up starting that has some sort of interest with that. Chomp Champs, Bray's he's starting to casually play through Plants vs. Zombies as like a side piece. We have so much going on. Cuphead, you know, we're never straying away from Cuphead, guys. It's our foundation. It's one of the pillars of the Vid-Bits, so we will definitely be eventually grinding away on 100% completion and unlocking some of the filters on Cuphead, stuff like that. So like when I say like completing a series or 100%, is we're not that guy. You know who that guy is. We're not that guy. That guy hates his life. We're not that guy. We're not going to do that. But like if it's a game that we are super passionate about, hell yeah, we'll 100% complete it. It's one of those things that there's no reason not to. You know, I love trophies. Braden loves trophies and achievements. So like, you know, 100% completion is going to net that platinum. So there are reasons to do it. There's not reasons to make it your problem. I guess that's what I'm saying, because there's certain people, like, they dial into wanting to do something, and then God, that's all you see them do, and then they become obsessed with it. Like, it could have been this for me, but it's not. I have so many other irons in the fire here. Like, you know, I can't wait to get back to some of the other things that we're doing. So that's why I'm not just solely doing this with the intention of continuing to do this, but unfortunately, because of the timing window, a lot of the projects in Game of Day May, the solos have fallen on Bray. But you know, he was more in the producer role last year because I put the pressure against myself to say that we had to beat a game every day, and then some of the ones that he couldn't do, you know, I had to be like, okay, we have 2 hours and I have to just keep picking a list of really hard NES games that I just mastered and stuff like that. So, you know, put the pressure up there. So he's basically balancing that catalog out between the two seasons by doing a lot of solos on this run, which is great to me. Kind of, it's the equivocal exchange. It wasn't necessarily the intention, but I love to watch him, you know, talk his passion about a game, or all the different jump off points when you're in the game, and see him get to do that too. So don't hesitate to jump in those playlists. But when we say that we're the Vid-Bits, we're Bray and Brian, and Bray and Brian together, and the Chief is holding it all together. He's the little dash there, like the dash in Pac-Man. He's the dash between Vid and Bits, and he keeps us grounded and happy, and you know, we floof him and give him loves, and then he keeps us motivated. And he stays motivated by his Treatos. Who the hell wants a painted curtain? I know I've seen people that have done stupid shit like that. Like the type of people that are gonna paint over their wallpaper. Nice, we got 3 guys. If you didn't see earlier in this stream and last stream, we got it. I got it. Yes, you see that? The last stream we had, in the last 2 streams, we actually had 2 different confrontations with 4 Pac-Man in the same maze. There's a trophy that'll pop if we can get 5. So you see me get semi-excited a couple times because some stuff that hasn't happened is starting to happen a little bit, and I could like pursue and try to find a maze with 5 people, but I'm not willing to risk the streaks and everything for that kind of stuff. But if it organically happens, I'm all for it. And now there's been 2 different times where all it would have taken is 1 extra pack to wander into our crazy pack off. Don't say that. You pack the hell off, man. You pack off me, man. I'm doing my thing. I'm staying in my lane. Hit him with the neutron style. Wow. Look at that, Matthew. You literally inspired a new emoji. Like, I mean, if you wouldn't have provoked chat and I wouldn't have told you that we had a cat and you wouldn't have asked about him, then this wouldn't have happened. So we're gonna talk about maximum right now, pow boom, bud. Like, there you go. Smoky emojis because you asked, bud. So now I'm gonna have to explain that a million times because of you. That's insane, man. That's crazy. Real life leveling trend. Matthew inspired the freaking smoky emoji. So just think about that, Matthew. Even before you jump into the membership tier, when that emoji comes, I'm gonna make sure that we at least, you know, give you props that you inspired us to do that. We'll be like, yeah, one of the members, one of our subs, you know, inspired us to create this smoky emoji. You know, that just shows you that the value you're getting here. That I know that you're, you know, lamenting that you can't jump on any of the membership tiers right now, but you're still gonna get like the adoration that you are a member of the community that helped create something. You know, that's awesome. I would have loved to have been the kid that jumped in somebody's chat that was playing a game that I liked and gave them props and then them shouted me out and then told me that I meant something to them. Like, to me, I don't know. Hopefully we never come across unauthentic about it because we really aren't. That's why, like we said, from a dime to $1 to $100, no dono or anything, any membership tier, or at this point when you're subbing and you're hanging out, that's just as you're making us money still vicariously somehow. And it's not about that, but it's just like, it just shows you that from the very lowest level to the very highest level, we're trying to treat people with respect and appreciate them, man. Yeah, I know. Like, they did unlock one more spot for emojis, and we did not know what to put there because we're already working about trying to refine some of the chief emojis. I'm unfortunately partial to a couple of them, and a couple of them don't get used as much, so we don't want to have real estate space that we can advocate for things that are a little bit more appealing. So we're reevaluating that and stuff like that. But to have Smokey repped, man, he's chill, but he's a scatty catty. He's like, if he don't like you, he's gonna run away. If he does like you, he's gonna run away. Yeah, if he don't like you in the moment, he's gonna run away. And he could be totally like happy that you're doing the pets on him, and then be like, nah, I'm done. That's a cat, you know. That's why you get yourself with the chief. I mean, he basically, you know, he loves you all the time, and he's gonna be involved all the time. He wants to know what you're doing. Versus, you know, cats, like, as amazing as they are, you do not get a chance to choose what kind of attitude that they have, or catitude, if you will. You don't get to choose that. And they could be a different beast every day, but ultimately they're going to be whoever they are, which is kind of funny. You know, they're unapologetically them. If you think about it, they don't care. They'll be happy to get some head scratches and head pats, and then if you do it too much, then they're going to attack you and bite you, like, and then do it on. And they're going to do it on the drop of, like, you know, the turn of a dime, and it's funny, I guess, in a way, because like doggos are like the complete opposite, where like you can, you know, give them love and affection and accidentally step on their paw, and then they'll look at you and they'll be sad, but then they'll still look at you like happy 2 seconds later. Versus if you step on a cat's paw, then they're done with you. They remember that forever, and you're like, you're done. They're like, now they think in their head for the rest of eternity that you were the guy that stepped on their paw. They don't forget it somehow. But yeah, Smokey's chill. Yep, you are definitely the person that brought the Smokey emoji, man. So until we have to retire it due to space or whatever, or reconstructing, like every time that somebody flashes a Smokey emoji, like, you know, then you can definitely know that you had a hand in making sure that we thought that was something to do, because Smokey is definitely a part of our fam, and see him every day. And like I said, like, sometimes he's a scat cat, so sometimes he's just, you know, doing his own thing and we don't see him for a while. So, and also he kind of like, he spends more time with the elders in our home than us, so like there's times that he's up there, you know, chilling with them, so he's not really ever in the lab. So you won't ever see us say, oh, hi Smokey, because he doesn't come down in the lab, and that's mainly so that he can't get in any of the crazy hiding spaces down here. That's the main reason. It's not that we don't want to hang out with him, it's just that there's places that he can get up and underneath and stuff, and then we can't do anything about it, and it takes a while to get him. We got about another hour. It takes about a half an hour to do 6 matches. So at this pace, we got about another hour left on stream so that we can hit that 500 benchmark. And it does prop me right up against having to go to my shoot job. I'm going to be married right up against that fine line there. So I'm definitely want to make those type of sacrifices for you. And at this point, my other job knows that this is our full-time job too. So they're a little bit more accommodating than they were before about it, because they realize that once this thing, you know, gets fanned and the flames get fanned fully, that it's deuces for them, because you know, we're on to bigger and better things here. Big things popping, little things stopping here at the Vid-Bits. So, you know, 12 more dubs, then we're going to hit win 500, and it's going to be an amazing feeling. And we will be able to kind of have a clearer view of what kind of session we're going to come into on a late Friday night, and it's going to be pretty big. I know, if I'm fair enough to say, it will definitely be an excellent session, which is about a 4-hour session, and then that's the minimum that you're going to get, because I have to make some grounds. I have to start closing a gap between me and number one, and if I don't play when he's not playing, that's not going to happen, and that means I got to get, you know, at least excellent sessions, which is a 4-hour session for us. So, you know, excellent sessions are about 4 to 5 hours. You know, epic sessions are 7 to 9 hours, and a legendary stream for us is a timed out 256 gig, 11 hour and 55 minute session. So you'll be seeing different degrees of those on our way to Chomp to the Top based on scheduling, so hopefully you'll be okay with that. And if anything else, it'll give you an opportunity to kind of see, you know, how pacing will go. Like when I say it's a pack snack, you know it's only going to be a 90-minute, you know, and we'll try to find a way to get that information to you on the community posts and stuff, so that you know ahead of time, so you're like, oh, he's going to be doing like a 9-hour stream. I know that if I want to hang out, I can come in the last third or whatever, versus if you know that I'm doing a pack snack, that you want to come in and stay for the whole 90 minutes, that kind of stuff. All formulating this on the fly, really. It's all on the fly. I can't believe that, you know, Matthew, you're going to be able to see 500 wins, man. Like, it's a huge milestone. It's an absolute huge milestone. If you didn't know, if you just saw what happened there, that's when you go through a door right as it's timing out, and it will literally shoot you through the door. So you need to be mindful when you're going through corridors that you look for 2 scenarios, 3 actually. One would be the clean entry, which is what you're looking for. The other one would be a snap entry, which would, unfortunately, if the pack is in the maze when you get in there dies, will recenter you to the default position. Or then the third scenario, which I just explained to you, which is if you're going through a door as it's closing, it will snap you through and shoot you into the maze quickly, but also make the maze itself force onto the screen a little bit faster. So, you know, that may be hard for you to keep track of, so you need to be mindful of the 3 scenarios that could occur when you're going into another maze. Just a little bit of tech from the gang at the Vid-Bits. Yes, I agree, man. 1x is scary, but none. When you see none and you hear me say, hold up, I gotta shut up, like, that's when I'm scared. And if you watch the wins, there hasn't been but a handful of those. Like, I can't wait till somebody can, like, compile, like, a master, you know, edit of just the clench things. Like, it looked like it was all over, and it wasn't. But, you know, once we get this 50 pack underway, like right now, I think I am tied with my current rival. I don't want to bring attention to it until I get the 11 more dubs because of time constraints. But right now, I think we're tied if he's not made any moves. So if I hit 500 wins before him, I'll only be the 4th person to hit 500 wins. So that'll be an awesome milestone for this sesh before I go to work. And before I go to my other job. I'm at work right now, guys. I'm at work. I am working for Google, YouTube, creating this amazing content for you guys. And I appreciate that you guys give us the ability to do that. So when I go to my other job, you know, hopefully if that person that I'm now propped up against makes moves, then they're going to realize that I'm going to make moves too, because Stamina wise, I'm doing really well. This game is not work for me. And even if for some reason I came home tonight and there was a bunch of packs in the maze, I got a bunch of practice, man. These AIs are, that's the thing people keep saying. There's AI packs, you do not realize how good they are. Like, they're good. There are some that are bad. It's AI, right? So like they got to cover all the bases. So some people are playing this game are uneducated. They're going to walk right into an energized Pac-Man and die. Other people are going to be able to do, like, when I think it's almost dialed up towards the people that are surviving later in the game with you, that you literally will, you know, they will mirror your moves move for move, and if you're in a maze with multiple, it's going to be insane. You've seen us now, or we've had a couple games last stream and this stream where we finally had 3 other packs in the maze, and it's nuts. So could you imagine when you have a 64 player field and there are a lot of real people, if like 7 people come into your maze, there's only 4 energizers. Can you imagine how awesome it's going to be when you're energized and they do that, and you just destroy them and some ghosts? Like, can you imagine what the point count is on that? Like, there's so many other milestones. Like, I've been talking about, you know, getting together with another player and hitting like some of the higher fruit targets, and we haven't yet. I think the highest thing that we've seen is grapes. So like we have a 50,000 point trophy that we have to do a co-op run with somebody and get 50,000 points, and then there's another one that's 100,000 points, and that's amazing to me. When I get that trophy, I will be so happy, because I have said for years that 100,000 points in a classic style arcade game is the measuring stick. And so the fact that they actually made a 100,000 point trophy is like validation of that statement, and it's probably also going to be tied towards eating the key, which is like iconic in Pac-Man, and nobody's done it yet. Nobody has done it yet. I'm pretty positive that unless they like spoofed the situation, or they were just blessed enough to be in early access in a server that had a bunch of really dedicated people that they were like able to equally play with, next to nobody has that trophy. And I don't want to go in and like spoil it and see all the different ones that I haven't gotten, but I know that exists because I saw somebody bitching about it online. They were like, never gonna be able to find somebody to do this because the servers are shit. Well, the couple times that I found people at the end game in my road to the top and the early stages, we went pretty far together. And in fact, the only reason why it didn't go farther is because then I was worried about Heisenberg or Ryan SIL taking me out. So like, that's shout out to those guys. And that's why we were, you know, trying to co-op complete some mazes together, and then they got a little packy, they got a little snacky, and they decided they wanted to try to chomp old Pac-Man, and that was just not working for us. So like, that's the fun thing about that, is, you know, you can be in that situation with somebody and they make them think that they're going to play cooperatively with you, which is not against the rules at all, because you're trying to hit a co-op target. But at the end of the day, you can screw that over at any given time and just troll the shit out of them by chomping them when you're like about to hit it. But if you've not hit it yourself, you're just doing yourself a disservice to hit for those 50,000 and 100,000 point trophies. And man, it's going to be gloriously superb when we hit those targets. I'm sure we'll hit 50K first. It's going to probably happen within a couple days, I'm thinking, because we've had, you know, a couple scenarios where we've hit high at mid 30,000. I'm still working on I'm going to probably get an alt account up so I can work on tech on this. So yeah. Ten more wins, guys. 10 more wins, and that'll be the end of this session. It's a snack pack. You had a couple pack snacks and a little bit more here. You know, that overflow is pretty much what we like to call still hungry and forgetting our manners when we go over what we call it the even numbers, the 90-minute sessions, the 18 win packs, the pack snacks, if you will. So hopefully you're enjoying that. At the end of the 500th win, we're going to go ahead and see where we are on the server, and then we will call it for this session. And we will be back later tonight with some more Chomp Champs, but until then, please stick around on our programming schedule for Game of Day May. There'll be another episode of that coming up today, and it will be amazing, I'm sure. Yeah, that's unfortunately what I was saying, Bray. It's like the reshoot. Like, I love the 2 center ones, but the 2 ones on the outside are a little bit distant on the pixelation, to the point where like they may not come across as clear, and it may like be to the point where we have to at least like take Chief just pictures in a way where the background makes him pop out more. So yeah, we're trying to make sure that those are the fullest quality, but they're still cute for what they are. It's still better than smashed bit images of our logo and shit like that, like compressed images of something that we like and shit like that. So the fact that that kind of organically came about itself, and I hope that you're not giving yourself too much of a hard time about the quality of those images, because you kind of legitimately did that on the fly, and I think that it's great. Yep, this pack snack is almost done, man. But we will. But then, you know, like I said, still hungry and forgetting our manners. So, you know, if we started and the 2 pack snacks together would be 36 victories. You know, this is pretty much the overflow to that, but it's almost another pack snack because it's like 14 more games. So it's in between that. You know, just for more for me to be able to know how to subcategorize these on the playlist. So also you can check out the playlist and you'll see that we have like a new section now for epic streams, which is all of the activities that we've done this lasted 7 to 9 hours. If they've lasted more than that or a little bit under than that, to keep it fair and to keep it legitimate, we didn't add those. There's stuff like that. There's like the other half of Princess Peach Showtime, or I should say the other 75% of it, because we're kind of misled as to how long the game was. When you put those two together, they kind of equal an epic stream, but separately neither of them qualify. So, you know, it does not make the Princess Peach Showtime playthrough any less epic, so I highly suggest you check that out, where we played through the entire game in about 8 hours. It would have been 2 sessions of equal length, or more sessions of equal length, but we were kind of led to believe that it was a 5 to 7 hour game, and it ended up being about 8 hours, and we did, you know, 2-ish hours in the first session, and then I finished it in a second session when Bray was away on vacation. Is that it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Look at that, guys. It was almost it. Because I was getting too passionate. I was getting too fiery. I was getting too into it. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the type of clips I want. Looked like Dad was screwed. He didn't have any extra guys, and he got an extra guy and then gained an extra guy all within like the course of like 20 seconds. That's the type of stuff that, you know, those would make good short clips and stuff. But I'm trying not to oversaturate your feed with a bunch of that stuff until we hit specific milestones that I think that are, you know, neat. That was crazy. Nine more dubs, guys. 9 more dubs. If you're jumping in the stream, you're about to hit the 500 mark at the end of this stream. At the end of this snack pack, which is basically a compilation of 18 win games, and it takes about 90 minutes to do that. So since we've done that twice now, this is the overflow, which we call Still Hungry and Forgot Your Manners, which isn't an equal 18, but it's still part of this snack pack. So this is where we kind of like reflect and get ready to talk about the next goals, the next step of the next leg in the journey, which in this case is 500 wins. I think that I just passed my previous rival by 2 wins, but I'm not sure. It's based off the pick that I snapped. So he may or may not be ahead of me when I check that, but the goal was to clock out and log off on 500 wins, and if he did not make any moves, we will be the 4th player globally to reach 500 wins. Definitely, I think the 3rd person to do it without any losses. I don't know though for a fact that Mint Daddy didn't have no losses when he hit that mark. I'm not sure because he's crazy in the stratosphere of like 900 wins. You need to slow down, bud, because you're not having quality wins. I'm just gonna say it right there. So that's gonna be great. You're gonna be the first to 1,000 wins, and then you're gonna be mad with the person with 900 wins underneath you has a higher rating. So get it the easy way or get it the right way. So 9 more dubs, and we'll be at 500 and 0, and it will be a perfect end to this session. And we're thankful that you're hanging out with us. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, and we are a father-son gaming duo, and trying to take over YouTube one stream at a time, and create a great legion of followers that will be able to prop each other up in ways that you've never seen before. Mainly just living your dreams, aspiration type stuff, positive type stuff. positive affirmations. There's a lot of that here, so you're getting a lot of that also for free. But we definitely hope that that's incorporated into what you think the value of our product is, because it's really something we're passionate about. It's personal growth, as this journey of ours is all of ours, and that's not necessarily tied towards financial freedom or religious freedom. Sometimes that's more towards you just not procrastinating about your goals and dreams and aspirations and starting to live them, and using a platform for that instead of and I know that it gets preachy and stuff sometimes, but using the platform for that instead of it's all about me and what I'm doing, and no, it's all about us and what we're doing. That's how we feel here. So when you jump into our community, you will feel appreciated and loved as much as we possibly can, until that's no longer possible, and even then there will be mass shout outs and general consensus conversations to make sure that we're addressing you guys as a whole, as the Vid-Bits universe, or whatever the mass. I hate when you have to come up with mass words to describe your fan base. Vid-Bidians, I don't know, whatever. You guys can kind of decide what that is. I think that the fan base always should just dictate what they're called. I think that it's crazy when somebody that's producing this stuff will dictate what they should be called. It's just no, you're not. You are the content creator. You're not the fan base, so they should kind of decide what they want to be called. So. And that won't be married to one person's opinion. I'm sure we probably will joke around about it in the form of a community poll. So what do you think that you guys as fans and members and subs should be called when they're addressing being fans or members or subs to the Vid-Bits? That's what it would be, kind of and I don't know, I might even not want to have an option there. I might not want that just to be a write-in, because that if we give options, then we're saying that we want you to lean towards one of them versus the other, versus you guys are actually helping generate that creative aspect, just like Matthew just did by helping create the chief emoji, or the smoky emoji, by talking about it. Had he not talked about that and about our cat, then basically Bray would not have created the smoky emoji. So eight more to go. Getting smoky up in here. I guess that's what I'm going to say when I drop a smoky in the chat. Here's Smokey looking off into the future where we're number one. Chiefs in chat, Smokey's in chat. Baby, 8 more dubs, and we will call this sesh. Ooh, good job. Long hog. What? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Really? Phrasing? Boom? Right? What the hell? Like, I know that's crazy. All right. 7 more dubs, guys. 7 more. I know, right? That's what I'm saying, Matthew. Like, they're talking about reporting people that are like using inappropriate usernames, and because that's a bot, I don't think I could do that. Yeah, recent players is basically because we haven't been facing any real people, so there's no recent players, so I can't block those guys. It's only because we're Chomp Champs, guys. This game has been out for less than 2 weeks, and because we're in the highest tier, we're not facing real people because nobody else is in the highest tier. So, in case you're watching this and you're wondering why I have no recent players and I haven't come across any Chomp Champs, and when I was in the tier with people, the Heisenbergs and the Ryan SILs, like I was in that tier. I think that was Diamond tier, or it was I think it was Diamond tier. So like they were in Diamond. We blew past them. We're Chomp Champs. So like. They have to be on, they have to be in our server, and they have to be active to be able to have a chance to mess around with us. So, again, that might be a reason why on a future stream when we hit some milestones, there'd be some consideration to do stuff like elimination on an alt account or something, so that you can actually see some other real players and see what I can do against them, because I don't want anybody to doubt my ability to play against real players. I just know that I've been honing in my skills against AI-generated Chomp Champ level players, because there's just nobody up in this level right now. The game's only been live for non-early access for 8 days, and then if you had early access, it's been since about the beginning of May. So, you know, we're trying to get on top so that when this game gets further installation base, because every day it's got an installation base. Every day I see commercials, so you know, every day a multiplayer cross-platform game like this is going to have a bigger installation base, even if it's just a couple a day. But eventually, you know, we'll be there to the point where it's going to be more competitive. But if it's not, and this is the way that the game runs for us, and this is what you see, then it's us going to be continuing to stay on top of a game that is, you know, still competitively played, and there's a leaderboard that basically gauges metrics of how many games people are winning and losing, all those things, which is like, you know, if you looked at a game like Galaga or Pac-Man or Dig Dug and it had that same aspect, you wouldn't be like, oh, it's against AI. You'd be like, no, that's all it would be against, because that back in the day, that's all it was. So if I could even say that I won 500 games in a row of a game where I could have lost against an AI, it's still 500 wins in a row, and it still requires a amount of skill to be able to actuate it. So, you know, when you quantify people's accomplishments, it's almost always like people want to beat them down, and I'm so sorry that happens. Like, you know, your accomplishment's no bigger, no matter how big or small, it just goes and couples into that whole thing that growth looks different every day. Sometimes it's waking up and brushing your teeth, sometimes it's combing your hair, sometimes it's, you know, folding that laundry that you threw on top of the dryer that you just did 3 days ago that you just keep picking your clothes out of, and that's the day that you fold it. Like, it looks different every day. So to me, the growth is that we're enjoying playing a game, we're still not shilling our responsibilities, we're excelling at it and at the highest of tiers, and we're not letting it roll our life to the point where we don't, you know, do the rest of the things that we enjoy. So it's kind of like a metaphor for that, or, you know, like a comparison for that type of situation in your life. If you have something that you're obsessing over, just, I guess, everything in moderation, right, gang? Like, and that's also okay. That is great. That's a great piece of advice that is C right there. Okay, so if you saw that, do not go into a maze when you see somebody perish, because if they are in the throes of the death animation and you enter the maze, they are going to instantly go to you to the default start. So if you see somebody, so say you widescreen, which I don't a lot, say you widescreen and you see somebody else and you're just about to go in that maze and you see they perish, only do that knowing that the intention is that you're going to be warped to the center of that maze. And also know that unless you're stretched out like that, and even if you are, you can only see the outside of the maze, so it's not a good strategy to do it intentionally with the thought of that's going to warp you to the middle of the maze, because you don't know what kind of DPS could be in there. You don't know what kind of, you know, you don't know what kind of cluster of ghosts are in there. You don't know if there's other packs in there. So be mindful when you enter mazes when there's a pack and they're perishing. And also just know that when you walk through the corridor, if you see that somebody's going through the middle of the death animation, or if your character pauses and they are not using a dazer, that basically the pause is the computer deciding that's going to reload you to the start point. Hey Panther, what's going on, man? Just checking in during work. How's the pack snack been? It's basically been excellent. My favorite maze, Matthew, was the freaking sushi maze, and that's why it was the only one that I purchased, and now that I've rocked it for almost 400 something games, I'm ready to see something else. I see you're nearing 500 wins. Yeah, that'll be the end of this snack pack. This is like the overflow. It's almost another pack snack, because I did two 18 wins, so, and this is the third, but it won't go to 18. I'm only going to go to 14 because I want to do around 50 wins plus my job, my work job. That's not this. Is kind of kicking the door down as far as time goes. So I will just have enough time to get that milestone, get 6 more wins, show you guys the progress, and I'll have to log off for now to be able to go to my other job. And that's when Bray will be seeing you shortly after that in another episode of Game of Day May. And I think he's potentially thinking about doing a little bit of Dark Souls streaming too. Now that he's beat a big boss, he may have a little bit of mental reprieve before he gets to the next big boss. So I don't want to necessarily speak for him, but I know that he's doing Game of Day May for sure, so I can't speak to that. And then whatever else project that he has cooking up, I won't be back on until probably be about midnight EST, because my shoot job puts me over to about 11:30 plus travel time, and then decompression from that. I don't ever go and come from my other job and then jump right into Vid-Bits content, because I don't want ever there to be the decompression from that job to this to ever be your guys' problem, in case I have something unsavory happen. Sometimes my work can be really stressful over there. Other times it's super chill and I can just make a seamless transition over here. So it just depends. But yeah, to answer your question, Matthew, my favorite maze has been the sushi maze, but when we start the beginning of tonight's session, we will, if people are in chat, I will let you guys help me pick from the free available mazes, because I'm still not going to spend my currency. When I do spend my currency, it will be in one continuous loop where I just buy all the things in the shop, because we have enough money to do that. It only takes about 95,000 pack credits to do that. And we already bought a 5,000 point maze in these glasses. These are the most expensive glasses. We bought the sushi maze in the glasses, but everything else we haven't bought. So we'll hammer through that and buy all that. And then whenever you see the pack credit count in the upper right, that'll just be like a running total for the rest of time until they add more things to the shop or whatever. It'll also be kind of like a mini score metric that lets you know how long you've been playing. So, you know, I like that. I like that kind of stuff. I felt like games where when RPGs, like when gold becomes useless and you don't sell anything, that's kind of also like another thing. Like, you know, you can look at that metric and be like, that's like a measurement of how much dedication you've had for it. So whenever they can use stuff like currency as like another measurement for score in a game, is pretty neat. I'm sure that's not necessarily their intention, but when you can continue to generate currency and there's only a finite amount of things to buy with it, what else are you going to do? And it sucks because I'm going to miss seeing my green tea, steaming green tea and all that. But, you know, like I said, I picked this because I love sushi, and it's just a cutesy theme. But after seeing it for over 400 games and knowing that I have the ability to pick other ones that they draw attention from the maze a little bit less, like the 40th anniversary edition one that's free, I'm going to probably pick something like that. Only rucksack? I've never seen the rucksack AI subtitle. I've seen verdant a lot. I've seen cyan a lot. There's some words that are coming up all the time now, but I don't know. I think that I don't know if we'll ever top long hog. Like, what the hell? Like, why? Like, I think that is just a statistical laydown of all the ways that they can combine the words, and eventually you're going to get some unsavory combinations there, and they're not even a real person for me to report. But I'm sure a little kid's going to be like, "Mom, look, it's long hog," and like their mom's going to just cheese the hell out. Like, Billy, what are you playing? I'm playing Pac-Man. Oh, Bray, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Dad? How are you doing?
Just kind of getting to the end of this sesh, just trying to put us up against 500 wins, and if I refresh the leaderboard and nobody made any moves, we will be the 4th person to do it.
Hell yeah.
I know, right?
I think it's crazy that you've almost been live for 4 hours. It's like longer than I've been up.
Yeah, I slept in between, like when you gave me the sign off last night, I did that 4.5 hour session. I did a good 5.5 hour sleep and did a little bit of choring when I woke up, and decided I was going to bookend it before I went to work with another session, because I saw how close we were to hitting that metric that if the person in front of us makes no moves, we'll be 4th, and like 5th is cool, but 4th is a little better. You know what I mean? As far as like nobody will ever be able to hit that again. Like there's only one time that somebody can be in the top 10 people to hit a metric. So like, you know, like right now I think what's his name? Pig is trying to hit 1,000 wins to be the first person to say he hit 1,000 wins. You know what I mean? So he will be able to say that. Like, he'll be the first person to do it. So, like, you know, I know that that's what his drive is because unfortunately I can see that he's beefing games sometimes because he's afraid, either he's afraid that somebody's catching up with him to that 1,000 wins or whatever, so he just wants that metric. And I can respect the hustle, because for the course of history when it comes to this game, especially because we've been cataloging it for 48 hours live worth of time in the first 8 days of it active outside of early access, that we're able to show you how he's moving too. So, you know, I don't want to give him too much attention. I just called him Pig. I didn't give you his full name. You can clearly see who he is, but you know, he's desperately trying to hit that 1,000 win metric first, and when he does, nobody will ever take that from him. We'll be able to take number 1 from him. I'm sorry, he's not a good enough player to maintain number 1. You're not. It's not personal. Your stats prove it, and maybe you're going to get better, but unfortunately the way that this works is unless we get worse, it's never going to happen. So I'm glad that you're going to get that 1,000 win, and it's going to be amazing for you, and congratulations. But you know, enjoy that while you can, you know, because unfortunately your view will change soon. Obviously, Kofi is not handling it either. I mean, you're beating him strictly by the metric of more wins, but not quality of wins. And that's not taking anything away from you as a gamer, because the dedication is definitely what we're talking about, and it's not about slander. But I just want to give you a heads up that if you're listening and you're paying attention, because we are the #1 source for Chomp Champs content on YouTube. We have the most archived footage of this game on YouTube. So at me, call us out on it if it's not true, so that we can like have a healthy discussion about it. But you know, when it comes time to when this game closes several years from now, we are going to be the only people to have the most complete and up-to-date database of all the different things that happened, all the people that beat us and all the people that we beat and all that stuff. So, you know, and there's games that shut down from the 80s that were arcade games that they, you know, had like the legacy scoring competitions on that they still talk about today. So yeah, there won't be everybody talking about this time period in gaming history, but there'll be people like us that are going to be able to look back at it fondly and say, yeah, we were competing in that, and they better not bring that back again, or you know, we're going to be ruling it again. I'm sure there's people that, all the people that are hating that this game came back out, that, after it got closed down on Stadia, I guarantee you there are people that are super happy that it came back because they loved playing it. And,
there was obviously enough of a demand for them to bring it back.
And just give the exposure from one platform to multi-platform. Like, so when people are all doom and glooming the whole thing, it just blows my mind when it's like, okay, it still could only have a limited appeal, but now it's a limited appeal against Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch. So, like, to me, I don't know what kind of grounds they have to stand on to think that it's dead in the water when it's 8 days live.
It hasn't gotten enough promotion to be active yet.
But Bandai Namco, we're promoting you every day. I promote you out in public. I promote you on stream. So as soon as I find out the logistics of how to get a hold of your PR so that we can talk business, we're definitely wanting to do that. Because we love you. We love the things that you guys do.
We love Dark Souls.
We love Dark Souls.
PACMAN.
We love all the anime style tie-in games that you guys have done where you've gotten in the Funimation cast and stuff. I'm a fucking huge fan to the point where I dropped an F-bomb of the .hack series. Like, you guys produced that. So, like, I don't know how much more I can show from my consumerism standpoint and my gushing standpoint. And like I said, we don't ever over tout consumerism unless it's something that we truly believe in here. So, we're definitely saying that we're ready to play ball. We're ready to hang out and, just give all the love that we can to the brand and the projects that you guys are doing so that there can be more exposure, more eyes on that. Nobody likes wasting their time on projects and then not getting the exposure. I'm pretty sure you guys are not Hollywood where you're just making something just to put it out and then not wanting it to succeed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that your brand represents that. So, especially because, like, Bandai was the Power Rangers company and Namco was like the arcade company, and you guys formed this mega powerhouse to add so much extra to both of those genres, and then together as well. Like, the reach is amazing, and it's kind of like, it shows you like why brand co-oping brands can be good. Like, I think there are people that thought that the Square Enix merger was painful at the beginning because they thought that the Enix people were going to get lost into the Square people, but eventually they figured it out, and the Dragon Quest people and the Final Fantasy people started playing nice with each other. So, it doesn't always work out. Like Microsoft buying Activision, I don't think that worked out. I think that they looked at that from a financial thing only, and then they let like their ego and like the flow of how they thought that they were going to affect all of their business, so they were like catering to them exclusively. And unfortunately in those situations, then one of the properties gets lost. So does Microsoft get lost into the Activision shovel and then they lose their identity, or does Activision get lost in Microsoft?
Activision is going to be the reason that Xbox and Microsoft fall apart.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
I've been saying this in the past couple streams. 3 to 5 years, Xbox will either be non-existent or not at all, like it's been in the past couple of years.
They spent so much sacrifice to get themselves established as a gaming platform just to make it so that they're a service platform.
They spent billions of dollars to buy Activision just for them to close all the indie studios that they've been picking up over the past 5 to 10 years.
It's almost like they're trying to force you back into going into AAA gaming. And as Charlie just did a stream the other day, he's completely right that AAA gaming does not top indie gaming right now.
AAA gaming is pretty much dead.
AAA gaming is in developing a 7 to 10 year project. Yeah, I'm sick of that. You told me about it 2 years into it, and I wait 8 years. I'm sick of every game being an open world RPG that demands 60 to 80 hours of my time. FOMO, 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 baby.
Yeah, literally make it so you feel like you can't play any other game ever, which is just ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Game a Day made today will be the 830th video that we post to the Vid-Bits.
Sweet.
So,
I'll be happy when Badge Arcade, like, I don't remember what the number of that total is, when that total makes it so we have 500 videos.
It's like 340 videos.
So we'll have like 500 videos.
Or no, 380 videos. There's
I know you had a couple two-parters.
Yeah,
you had a couple two-parters. And then you had, I think, a couple exposés where you showed a little bit off of what you had going on.
If you guys are unfamiliar with what Badge Arcade was or is, it's essentially like a little mini game that you get access to on the 3DS, where you're able to get these little badges.
That you got access to. I'm sorry,
you used to have access to, where you'd be able to unlock badges daily, where you'd get free plays to spend in these little crane machines, these little claw catchers. You'd be able to get all kinds of unique wallpapers and icons, and I kind of documented my journey of covering that for an entire year, because I heard that it was going to shut down, And then it didn't end up shutting down in its entirety, but a lot of the awesome badges that I was able to get access to throughout the series, I only got access to that because I did it before the shutdown.
Thank God you did, because all the cooler stuff was locked behind that. And
yeah, pretty much. And then any of the cool stuff that was left was pretty much impossible to get.
And that's the only reason why he quit, guys. He was going to do it every day. Like, it actually only lasted a couple more months outside of when he did it. But like, it got to a broken state, and he still played it for several months in a broken state. And the broken state, by all accounts, we could have said that was the end. We could have technically said that was the end, and he still did it several months later in a broken state and tried to rob those crane machines for as many badges as he could.
Got pretty much everything that was within
It got to the point
reason.
where you had to get all the maximum free plays and have all the great RNG possible to possibly reach the one, and then you had one shot to grab it, and then if it didn't happen, then that scenario would not possibly happen for another couple weeks. And people don't understand, like, that the grind of like looking at, like, I'd be like, okay, what are you going for today? And you're like, I don't know. And like, I get it. Like, that's not a stressor. I was like wanting to have myself. I'm like, man, I don't know what I would go for either. I'd try to give you advice, like maybe go for that, and then you would literally be able to give me the tech as to why it wasn't possible. Well, I tried that before, and this is what happens. And then like, you were like, okay, Dad, let me show you. And like, you know, not try to be mean. You would actually like use your play that day. I'm like, see? And it's like, yep, no, you got it. You literally have this game analyzed through so many playthroughs that you know the tech, and you know like how the laydown.
I know how many plays was going to give me how many badges and how I had to use those plays in order to get the badges.
And you would not think there would be so much strategy to just a free crane game, and you really made it your own, and you really made that your bitch in the end. You may not have like had all of the badges and may not have got 100% completion, but man, you gave it your all from like the point of time that you decided to be dedicated to the end.
Right.
Which I'm proud of you, man. Like, we're talking about cataloging stuff. We're cataloging, champs, and like, we're gonna be the only people to have the database of this. So like, even afterwards, when we're done with all this, they'll still be able to be like, oh yeah, remember that game? And they will come to us just to look at the archive of that game. And I think that that's really cool to have that type of reach and that type of, to be on that side of video game history, to be able to chronicle games like that. And I know that we'll be able to do that with more titles in the future that, may, especially like these games where they're small niches and they're really small dedicated fan bases, but the people that are dedicated really make the environment and a fun one to be in, and be able to showcase that for while it's active, because those are snapshots sometimes in video game history.
Yeah, you're totally right. Where it's something that you didn't even know that you were missing out on it while it was happening.
Right. Like the first time this came to Stadia, and we were like, well, we can't get Stadia because there isn't a lot of things that are supported.
I just can't believe that. Like,
and we're not slandering Google for their attempt on Stadia.
No,
we love Google.
I think it's more so it's admirable that when the platform shut down, the fact that they uploaded an update and a firmware change to all of the controllers that made it so they could be used as Bluetooth controllers for PC.
That is so great because
they're eliminating e-waste.
Yeah, they reduced the amount of
all
e-waste.
All of that
so
was going to just end up in landfills, and it would have been horrible.
And that shows, that's, to me, that's Google's commitment to not contribute to e-waste, but also like that's an ego thing where somebody would like, those controllers are dead then. You know what I mean? And they're like, no, we have all these controllers out that actually function as really great controllers, so there's no reason to just call it a day. I appreciate the people that are hanging out in chat. If you don't know, I'm Brian, and Braden here's hanging out at the end of this session of Chomp Champs, and we are the Vid-Bits, a father-son gaming duo here on YouTube that's committed to showing you a wide variety of games, and basically we're gamers at heart, so you're not going to see us hone in as this type of channel or that type of channel. If we hone in as any type of channel, it's a gaming channel that's committed to serving you up things that you are interested in, as also as what we're interested in as well. And so we're very much here for you.
As well as really just to showcase titles and games that are paramount to the industry. I think that's kind of what our project Game A Day May has been focusing on first and foremost, is games that really helped shape the industry into what it is today, and helped create some of the trends that would continue on in subsequent years. I think ultimately, we're just so glad to be in this position, to have the reach, to be able to interact with you guys on a daily basis, and we're just so glad that you guys stopped into each and every one of our streams.
Absolutely.
If you're new here, we stream pretty much every day. I mean, pretty much.
Game A Day May, you're going to see every day because it's Game A Day May, so you're going to see a stream every single day.
Well, the thing is, with Game A Day May, we may be uploading 2 to 3 times a day, whereas when we get back into the swing of normal creation, we might have a day or 2 off throughout the week, and we'll likely be uploading 5 to 7 times depending on really how the week goes, whereas with Game a Day May it's a lot more mandatory because we've kind of set these parameters on ourselves that we have to stream and showcase a different game every day. It's just been so much fun. I still call back to day 4 where Dad completed Undertale in its entirety, and then subsequently day 14 where me and him sat down and just beat Castle Crashers in a straight playthrough.
That was so much fun. And it was like, it subverted expectation as to how long it should have took too, because the internet was telling us like 7 to 9 hours, and we did a really great run where we beat some more of the more difficult bosses in one shot, which was amazing. We had some clutches individually. You did that great clutch on the cat boss where you helped me, coach me through that, which was awesome. Because I had beat that before you, and here we are so many years later, you're coaching me through how to do it without cheesing it, which is, I mean, you know, back in the day it was a cheese, or, you know, because you're soloing some of that stuff, and that's a fight where, because, you know, it's difficult and it takes a long time to get to the boss, it's like not one that you wanted to redo many times.
I had redone it so many times that I knew the most optimum strategy to beat it.
It was so cool though. I loved being coached through on that, especially because now, and it was such a way where you were very accommodating as to my playing style, and you know, being calm with me trying to get through it. But I know now when I fight that boss next time on my own, I know what to do. Like,
right. And here's a little spoiler. It is 4 hours into a live stream, so if you are here, there's a little bit of foresight into what Game a Day may be today. I've been considering Doom, just because one of our older live streams was me sitting down and seeing how many Doom games I could beat in a single sitting.
Oh, you got me.
And
no.
And
no. Is that it?
Holy shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, it's okay.
Didn't mean to psych you out. But I just know that I can sit down and play Doom in its entirety in one sitting. And I'm not sure if I'm still not quite sure if I want to beat the whole game, because it does, I mean, it takes like 4 to 8 hours depending on how good you are. How long did it take me last time?
It was 8.5 hour stream.
That was also the first time I ever beat it.
Right. I mean, I know that you'd be more refined on it now, but yeah, it was oh my god, that's it. 5th place. That ruined the streak for this sesh. I have like a 50 pack streak or something like going on. It's all good.
Two more games. We rounded on the 500.
Yeah, that sucked. I can't believe that happened.
It was my fault. I should have given you some time to breathe.
No, that just shows you that you can play this many times and you're going to have that statistical laydown of some super aggressive AI, and they were super aggressive, and I made some bad moves that did not give me clean lines. I can't blame anybody but myself.
Well, and you saw the real people, they were all leaving. Like, everyone kept leaving the maze, and then I saw a bunch of people drop at like one time.
It's all good.
Because you shot up straight to like 2nd or 3rd place after like a bunch of people died.
Yeah, we're not perfectionists here. If you want to see perfection, then you can check out a couple streams ago between 300 and 400 wins where I knock out 100 in a row without losing. 1st place every single one. So, and then like, I didn't know, Braid, that if you didn't know, but last night in the middle of, or this morning in the middle of it.
Yeah, where you just died out of nowhere?
It ended up ending the streak of 156 1st place wins in a row.
The one where you lost the random guy?
No, it was the one where I hit 11th place because I was trying to do a different strat. But
never change the strat up mid-play.
I know.
You know that.
But 156 wins in a row in 1st place is a pretty damn good benchmark. I was getting a little bit fatigued trying to keep track of it, so.
Right.
Kind of was hoping that some people that were, you know, the people that are more invested in stuff like that cared more than I do. I was telling you, it's not really as big of a deal for the win streaks as much as like just maintaining the streak. So 2 more dubs, then we'll hit 500. We'll do a refresh of where we are on the leaderboard, and that we'll call it for this session of Chomp Champs. But we'll be back later around midnight EST to start doing these legendary things I'm talking to you about, and you'll be able to see that when I refresh the leaderboard here, where hopefully my rival that I was propping up against did not make any moves, and then we will hit another milestone there. Bray's got some Game of Day May episode lined up, and then he may have a project in between when I come home.
I think it really matters, like I said, how long Doom takes me, because if I have a good day and I beat Doom in like one of my better times, I think that I'll still have the energy for Dark Souls today. But if
definitely don't push it. If you do,
it's not something that I'm guaranteeing, and I like to be, I like to put it out there, but sometimes, you like the other day where you kind of cut a little bit short on your Chomp Champs.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you know where you are at mentally and where your bar is. So if after Doom today I'm not feeling it, then we'll just push it off till tomorrow. Yesterday I said it could be tomorrow or the day after, so.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you did just hit a great milestone in Dark Souls 3, so you don't owe anybody anything per se, but more along the lines of that should be like a little bit more chill because you're going to be doing more traveling and not like
it's going to be going through areas instead of facing Nameless King.
Right, geez. So a little bit more like a little bit random normal enemies get a chance to shine, and you get to show your skills against some of the rank and file guys and that kind of stuff.
Gosh, but my least favorite enemy is in the area where Nameless King is. It's these snake guys who have these almost like mummy wrappings over their face, and they don't miss ever with their fireballs. They have this attack where they extend their neck at you, and it just completely catches me off guard almost every time. And I don't know, I think I died more to the snake guys in Archdragon Peak than pretty much any enemy up until this point.
Is it because you have a PTSD response to what you think their attack pattern is going to be and they're sporadic?
Well, what it is I tend to not kill them because they have this attack where they just flail their dagger around, and it can pretty much one-shot you if it connects. So at a point I kind of just got to the point where I was just not doing that anymore because I was just running past them because it was easier. There are certain areas in Dark Souls that you're better off just changing your approach and just running through it, because by the time you get through all the enemies you don't have enough Estus or health to even fight the boss at the end. Especially if they don't give you a bonfire in between there.
I just love though that game is one of those games that you in an RPG, if you're supposed to suspend disbelief and believe that you're the character, you really feel the weight of your heals in that game because you can't be crazy with them.
You also can't do them at the wrong time. You will catch me in a stream and I'll be like, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
That's literally my catchphrase of Dark Souls is I almost am able to help myself play better by calling myself out.
Right, you have
I feel like it's one of those games where it's shouldn't have dodged there, so then mentally I have that in my head.
And you almost are it's almost your way to keep yourself in check. Don't do this here. Oh, you're about to do that. That's right when he's about to provoke that attack, then you shouldn't go right, you should go left.
If you look at the first stream of the 2 streams where I fought Nameless King, the first stream is literally me just learning what I'm not allowed to do in the first phase. And then you look on that second stream, and I look like $1,000,000 facing that first phase.
But that's good though that you showed them through the refinement that it's so good when it harpens back to old school games like that where you get the boss and then he's got a phase, but you beat that boss and you barely beat that phase, and then it's nope, next phase, and then you get downed right away, but then you're okay, but I trained up to get here, so then the first phase then starts to feel like it's keeping you sharp, it's keeping you spry.
Yep, and it is like that. It's almost like Abyss Watchers, which is a earlier boss in Dark Souls 3, where the first phase is you just fighting a normal version, and then in the second phase he starts in the arena there's all these fallen Abyss Watchers. They're all scattered and all dead on the ground, and that's don't do that. Don't you not like that?
I wanted to see where some of these guys were.
Okay, but it's just cool when in that second phase you fight 3 of them. You fight the normal version, his clone, and then the third clone that spawns actually is just aggressive to anybody around. So you can learn to fight that. You can learn to make the third clone either kill the second clone or damage the boss for you. So what I was doing was I would take the second clone away and just kind of fight him on my own, take him out, and then the third guy would just literally go and piece the boss up and do it for me almost.
That's awesome.
I just think it's cool that if you pay attention to certain aspects of the fight like that, it'll definitely pay off in the long run.
That's the whole risk-reward gameplay loop, though, and it's great that you can feel that sense of reward, because if it wasn't like that, then you would never go back to a game like that, let alone any of its sequels. So we're about to hit 500 wins, guys, and then we're going to call this sesh. I hope that you've enjoyed it, and if not, then I'm sorry, because we are dialed into some Chomp Champs content here on the Vid-Bits. It's, you know, it's my way to feel active as a competitive gamer, and you know, show you guys some of my skills with old school arcades. And it's a hybrid of an old school experience married with the, you know, battle royale concept, which I know some people may believe it's ruining gaming, but for somebody like me that has watched these battle royale games for so long and have not found very many that they could be competitive in, it makes me really happy to know that this type of stuff exists. So thank you very much, Bandai Namco, for creating an experience like this, regardless of all the negativity surrounding it. It's one of those situations where, you know, it's a few bad apples spoil the bunch, so let's not pay too much attention to that, and, you know, more focus on how awesome this is, and that we can all, you know, give Pac-Man his due and show that he's awesome and put him on top again. So thank you very much for the opportunity to do that, Bandai Namco, and to support this game, and know that, you know, the Vid-Bits are going to prop up the community for this game. We're going to be on the first and foremost trying to make sure that we have you know, people together that can play, you know, casually or competitively, and learn off of each other and stuff. And so hopefully that will continue to blossom, because we're manifesting the energy for that. With that being said, that is our 500th win. Let's get out of queue. 500 wins, 500-0, completely flawless, no losses, and we're so thankful, blessed, and appreciative for that ability to do this for you guys. You know, it's a stress that we have, but it's a good stress. It's a fun stress, and it's definitely a feat. So we are hopefully, let's check it out. No drum roll needed. I'm not going to go into a lot of semantics about it, but so let's go ahead and check it out. But then this 5th place win this entire session was wins. This was a little bit of an outlier. I got a little bit distracted and made some poor choices, but I can't blame anybody but myself on that. But this whole session was wins, except for that one 5th place finish. And here we go. We're going to find that we are now. There we go. And it did exactly what I wanted to do. I beat my rival. We are now, let me make sure, guys. We are 2nd in the United States Eastern Division locally. We are the 1st best PlayStation player in the United States Eastern Division. And globally, we are now the best player on PlayStation. There you go. We are the best player playing Chomp Champs on PlayStation. We are only behind Kofi and Mint Daddy. And Mint Daddy is on top of the world. Kofi is making a little bit of moves today. He was at 820 wins, so he is starting to make some moves today. He woke up a little bit. But if you look at it, guys, we are the 2nd highest player on the U.S. Eastern Division. 2nd highest player overall. 1st highest player on PlayStation. And then globally, we are the best player on PlayStation. So, you know, I'm so thankful and appreciative to be able to bring this to you. I keep saying that, and it's like a mantra. It's a positive affirmation. So when you hear some of the same words and phrases here, know that they're positive affirmations. If anything else, you know, we're using these words to empower you and to keep you motivated, as well as ourselves. So that's the reason why we can accomplish great feats like this here at the Vid-Bits. So thank you to everybody that's competing on Chomp Champs, and just know that this is just the beginning. When I say put us on top of the leaderboard, I mean taking that #1 spot from Mint Daddy, and basically on the U.S. Eastern Division, we just have to beat Kofi, and you know, so those are the two. Unfortunately, Kofi is one of the best players in the world, and he's in our division. So I expect that. So either Mint Daddy could be in another division in the United States, or he could be in another country. So I know for sure that I am in the top 3 players in the United States, and definitely we are in globally, you know, the top 3 players in the world, and we are officially the top player on the PlayStation platform in Chomp Champs. And
wow, you're number 1 on PlayStation?
Yeah, in the world.
Wow, 500-0.
So with that being said, I appreciate you guys hanging out, and like I said, we're going to have a great session later after midnight EST. It's going to definitely be excellent rank, which I said is like 4 to 5 hours in the very least. You know, if you don't know our stream rarities here, we have excellent, which is about 4 to 5 hours. We have epic, which is 7 to 9 hours, and we have legendary, which tops out at the 256 gigabyte bandwidth of 11 hours and 55 minutes. So,
hey, Chief, you just wanted to
all
celebrate
right.
the big win.
All right, Chiefers.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, so when we said that we're going to put us on top, whoever was in stream today and whoever sees this in the future, you just watched
Matthew,
us.
man.
Yeah.
Matthew was here to make history with us.
I mean, you helped us create an emoji in this session, and you got to watch the 500th win, and you got to watch us now take the top spot on the PlayStation platform, guys. So when we're saying big things pop and little things stop, and just believe in yourself and start to actuate your dreams today, guys. Whatever it is, baby steps.
Yeah, whether that be music, starting a channel of your own, anything that you're passionate about, guys, we implore you to go and explore what's possible, because ultimately we believe in you guys.
Yep, and you know, me and Braden believe in ourselves and believe in our dreams, and I'm now watching one of my dreams come true. I am the best player in the world at a Pac-Man game on a it's PlayStation. Like it's PlayStation. Like, my God, I don't know. I'm shaking. So thankful, guys. So we will see you later on the next one. Please stick around for Game of Day May. Bray will be with that shortly, and you guys are awesome. And it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits. Bray, just if you want to do the sign off with me.
But as always, it's been Bray
And Brian of the Vid-Bits.
Take care.
We'll see you on the next one.
Peace.